Well, welcome to the first hearing of the committee's inquiry into the integrity, efficacy and value for money of the local small commitments allocation process. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am the chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So I now welcome our first witnesses. Thank you so much for giving time, for making the time to give evidence today. Could I ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
My name's Louise Farrell. I'm the Manager of City Projects at Bayside Council. I'll swear the oath. So I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. I'm pleased to see you've got the Valentine's Day dress code.
Yes.
Very good. Go ahead.
My name is Samantha Guthrie and I'm Executive Manager at Bayside Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. I'm going to invite you to make a short opening statement if you'd like.
Thank you. Through the chair, Bayside Council made a submission and we noted that the representative from the Premier's Department had clear communication between our office and theirs. We understood that there was a lot of information sessions for Council for the program, but with it being a new program, there didn't appear to be a framework for the grant submissions on how to manage the applications. So some of those differed. From an administration perspective, occasionally we submitted, our application first, and then other times we were invited. And then our last statement was just that there was a project that was incorrectly administratively allocated to Bayside Council, and that was transferred out of Council's control once it was identified. Thank you.
Thank you. Just checking that's a joint statement.
Yes, it is.
Excellent. So we'll now turn to questions from members. Just to let you know, we're going to have timed sessions for this hearing, and we will be starting with the opposition, going to crossbench and then to government members. So I will start with you, Mr. Rath.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for your submission as well. I just wanted to go to the point you raised in your opening statement and the submission about there didn't appear to be a model framework of how to deal with and manage the applications, and sometimes you were invited and other times you lodged the application with the Premier's Department. Could you go into more detail in that, the problems there?
We were notified by the three officers that we had the opportunity to submit on...
From the local MP's offices?
That's correct.
Do you know when that was? Sorry to...
We were notified concurrently by the MP's offices as well as the department, and we were first notified on or around August 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Which MPs were those?
Minister Michael Daly, Minister Ron Hernig and Minister Steve Camper.
Thank you. Sorry.
So sometimes you were invited to apply for funding through the Members of Parliament, and then other times the Premier's Department contacted you directly, is that right?
So to clarify, we in one of these situations we were provided with a pre-filled number, grant opportunity number by the department. in another situation, we were dealing directly with the Minister's office. So, and we were invited to apply, and it was only after we had submitted our documentation to the Minister's office, then they gave us a grant number, if you like, a grant submission number. So the process between two of those applications was slightly different. It was slightly backward, if you like.
And this was after the state election. So before the state election, there was no interaction between those three MPs or candidates with Bayside Council?
There is, in the normal course of our relationship with the three local ministers, in the normal course of our discussions with them between the General Manager and high-level discussions about projects and various initiatives that are occurring within their electorates. These projects were brought to these three ministers' attention at various times before we received formal notification from the department that there was a grant allocation opportunity available to council.
Right. And with the three local members inviting you to apply for the funding, did they they suggested to you that it had to be used on like local playgrounds? Was that part of the condition?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was very much our understanding, and part of our discussions were that the scope of the projects were focused really on play spaces and renewal of play spaces and playgrounds.
How has this scheme differed to other grants programs? Was it particularly unusual I think you said it's a new scheme, the way it was established, so you hadn't applied for grants funding through this, in the past. But how does it differ from other grants you've applied for in the past?
I might defer to my colleague.
Yeah. Typically, we would be notified that a grant opportunity was coming up, but then it would be a council-led process. So we would enter the information into a portal such as Smarty Grants. We would put forward the project nomination based off our current delivery and operational program.
Whereas this was MP-led rather than council-led.
That's our understanding. Yes.
They invited us to submit.
Yes.
And can I ask, in a normal process, you would put in an application but know that it was a competitive process potentially. Was there ever any indication to you that this was competitive, or just that it would be granted?
I don't think there was any confirmation that it would be granted. We had to meet certain guidelines through the Smarty Grants portal and evidence why the project met the grant guidelines, but I don't believe we were given confirmation that we had the funding unless we could meet those requirements.
The communications were always that you're invited to apply for this program.
Okay. But were you given the impression that it was a competitive process or not?
Yes, we were given, yes.
Okay.
Just in terms of the original communique that came from the department, it was understood that there are a range of councils that were being invited to apply for this funding.
Okay.
Was it made clear at any point that the local members invited you to apply for the funding? There's also the default position that if local members, candidates at the election, if they didn't allocate their $400,000 per electorate, that council was essentially would be the recipient of any unallocated money. Was that made?
I wouldn't be able to answer. Yeah, that's outside of my understanding. I don't know that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I'm unable to comment.
Fair enough. And were there any other issues about transparency with the scheme in your view?
Not to my knowledge. We knew that there was 400,000 on offer, I guess, from each section, but we weren't clear on if that was one or distributed amongst. So I think it was always our understanding that we had to put in our best concept designs and projects and things like that to win.
So you weren't sure it wasn't explained it was like 400,000 per each of the three electorates, or 400,000 overall?
No.
Yeah.
That was never made. It was never spelt out in such a way. No.
And we received different amounts depending on the project that we put forward as well.
And were the conditions on, outside of the fact that it had to be used for playgrounds, were there other conditions that were put on the funding or guidelines that were given to you?
From my recollection of the guidelines, it was focused on open space, small projects that were focused on benefit for the immediate community rather than a district level.
That's correct, yeah.
And any other administrative problems you found with the scheme at all?
No, apart from just the Smarty grants, like having a consistent application, that was everything from my point of view.
Yes, across all 3 projects.
Just the project you mentioned in your submission that was incorrectly allocated to you to manage. Can you just explain what happened there?
We were invited to apply for a grant opportunity for anti-hooning cameras in for one of our local electorates, and through our constant communication with the department, it came to light that was not something that we had discussed in great detail with the minister concerned, and that it's not something that would normally fall under the purview of council. So once that was rectified, it felt like an administrative error perhaps. Once that was rectified, we were never provided with the funding, we were never provided with Smarty grant, we didn't get that far. We simply said from the outset that that was not a project that we would normally manage. So,
okay. So sorry, which MP, which minister was that?
Minister Camper.
Okay. So did you have the idea for the anti-hooning cameras, or did that come from Minister Camper? But
that came through. Sorry. My apologies. That came through joint discussions between Minister Camper, the EPA, and Bayside Council. So we have a tri-party meeting with those 3 entities, every quarter I think it is, and throughout the course of those meetings, the discussion of anti-hooning devices or cameras, if you like, has come up as part of the agenda for those ongoing discussions.
So at some point it was thought that perhaps that would fit into this scheme, but then it became clear that it wouldn't. Is that
yes?
What was the estimated cost for that?
80,000.
Okay.
Did you say EPA?
EPA.
Like Environmental Protection?
Yes.
Not the New South Wales Police?
Okay.
That tri-party meeting is also held with our local area command as well.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's our time, I think.
And which location was the hooning problem?
Normally those locations around the Sandringham Sanssouci area, which is a known hotspot. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
You've got the floor, Mark. I
Yeah,
think.
our
Is
time's
that-
finished. Oh, okay.
You may as well continue.
Yeah.
So why couldn't the council get involved? What was the idea, that you set the cameras up and
Yes.
you or Minister Camper sit there all night and watch the cameras and
that's
figure
right.
out who the hoons are?
Yes.
Was that the concept?
Yes, quite. The technology for that initiative is it's true to say that it's, I believe it's UK technology that is going to be applied here in New South Wales, and at the time it was felt that it was more aligned with EPA and noise restrictions specifically.
Noise?
Yes, yeah. So it's
What did the police commander say about it?
I wasn't party to those discussions, to be honest, but my understanding is that the cameras are, the feeling is among that meeting is that it's more of an EPA responsibility because of the noise impacts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks for your submission, by the way, which was short but informative, I've got to say. And there was a sentence there, given it's also a new program for our local members, they didn't appear to have a model framework on how to deal with and manage the applications within their offices. Could you just elaborate on what that meant?
I think because of the reasons we've previously discussed around how we were notified from one area that we already had a submission number, if you like, ready to go for our submission, whereas the other minister, we had to prepare some paperwork in order to generate that number.
So which project did you have the number for among the 3?
So we had a pre-approved invitation to submit for Lestrange,
For Lestrange Park upgrade?
For Lestrange Park upgrade.
So pre-approved, what does that mean? You just got to sign it off and you get the money?
No, that's not our understanding. So
Okay.
throughout all of this, the communications were that we were invited to apply, very much with an emphasis on invitation to apply. With Lestrange, I'm not quite sure about the relationship, obviously, between the Minister's office and the department, but for whatever reason, administratively, we were provided with a portal and a number where we could automatically upload our submissions. Whereas with Minister Daly's office, the Burley Park...
Where's Lestrange? Which electorate is Lestrange in?
That's Minister Ron Hernig, that's the member for Heffron.
In
Yes,
Heffron.
yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so Honig's one was ready to go. It was like... And for the council, was it shovel ready? You'd sort of had this one on the books
So
ready
in terms of project ready, my colleague can speak to that. My understanding is that the issuance of a number in the Smarty Grants portal is an administrative function which allows you to upload documentation at a certain point in time. With Minister Daly's, we did not have such a number, so we had to...
Which one's Minister Daly? The playground upgrade? Or
That's Burley playground
Right, that was Daly.
Yes.
And Borroley is Camper.
King Street Mall is Camper. Burley is Minister Daly.
Oh.
Again, we believe
Borroley
it's an
is Minister
administrative,
Daly, right.
an administrative.
And that you didn't have the upgrade, you didn't have the upload number ready to go
That's it.
for Borroley.
So we had to liaise, perhaps in more detail, perhaps with Minister Daly's office.
Right, for Borroley.
For
And
Borroley.
how much money for each of these three, please?
For Borroley Park, 128,000. For Lestrange, 400,000. And King Street,
The full 400.
full 400 for Lestrange. For King Street, 76,000.
King Street 76. So Louise, earlier on you mentioned, when I said was it shovel ready, you sort of shook your head. What was the status for a $400,000 project and what was involved?
So all of the projects were on our delivery program. Lestrange Park was in the upcoming financial year, and we were able to bring it forward and add some extra scope to the playground, but that will enable us to deliver a full playground upgrade for the 400,000, which is a real benefit.
Yeah.
The other two projects were in design, going through community consultation,
Right.
and the fundings allowed us to add some extra play equipment pieces and embellish on the original scope, because those ones were currently underway.
So Lestrange was in your forward works program and it
Yes.
was fairly... How did Minister Honig know that to then get you your pre-approved number?
It would be in our delivery program, our 4-year delivery program and community strategic plan on our website.
Right.
The
So
alarm
he just had
should
to
have
go to the
gone.
website and have a look. Right. He didn't contact the council to say, what have you got that's shovel ready?
Not that I'm aware of, directly for like an
Sorry.
individual project.
If I may, I would imagine that the General Manager and the Minister in their general, discussions, that they have regular communications with each other.
Well,
It
Ron
would
was
have been
the mayor,
discussed
wasn't he? He
at
was the
those.
mayor of Botany for 1,000 years, wasn't he?
He was.
He was, yeah. We had him locked in Botany Bay.
I think 1,000 years might be slow.
Can I just ask, this has been incredibly informative. We've got some documents that were voluntarily released by the Minister, which sort of gives a little bit of insight into how much of that money was overflow from the election commitment scheme and how much was made during the election commitments, during the election. And what it shows is that amount, the 128,000 from Daly, was definitely part of the that sort of overflow council amount coming from the Maroubra pot. But when it comes to Heffron, Minister Hernig had actually allocated that during the election. So was council aware were you aware that 400,000 was coming to you during the election?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, not that I'm aware of. It may be that perhaps the General Manager was, but certainly at our level we're unable to comment on
Are you able
that.
to take on notice just when you first knew about that? On the 1st of October 2024, Minister Hoenig posted a picture of him handing a novelty cheque to Bayside Council for 400,000, and he talks about how he secured that amount for the park. I am very interested in knowing at what point the council was told about that amount, and if there's any sort of insight you can give around that process at the time.
Chair?
So the 1st of October 2024, there's a Facebook post where he gives over the novelty cheque. But he does refer to it as having secured that amount, and it's clear from the documents we have about this program that that was one of the fully allocated election commitments from Hoenig. He had nothing left over. When it comes to Minister Camper, I keep having to remember which ones are ministers and which ones aren't. This 70, they are all ministers. Very good. So the 76,000, that wasn't actually part of the original overflow allocation to councils. When did you first hear about that $76,000?
It was quite late, perhaps towards the end of last year.
Yes, I've made a note. We received a communication from the department in November 2024. The communication said that we have, it either said we have additional funding in the program or there's residual funding in the program. I can't exactly remember what,
Yeah, okay.
But we were first notified in November 2024.
So, okay, so perhaps it's the case that one of the ones he had allocated during the election process was then sort of knocked out of the program. Okay, we can look into that. Thank you. So I think that's all I need to ask at this point. Yeah, that's all right. I'll hand over to
Could I just ask you, these three ministers, they cover your entire local government area, or have you got a fourth?
Whose time is it?
It's all three.
All three?
Yes,
You've
yes,
got-
that's
haven't
it.
got a
Yeah,
fourth,
we don't
that's
have a
it.
fourth.
Okay. Sorry, can I just ask one more question about this Rockdale one? Because it's not actually listed on the government website either as being something that was granted under this program. Are you positive that that was part of the same program?
We submitted through the LSCA Smarty Grants
Yeah,
very
okay.
late in December, possibly the 20th or 22nd of December, and I
Right.
don't know that we've had anything generated back through Smarty Grants, but
I
just an
see.
acknowledgement that it's there.
Of the
I see, so they
submission,
may
yeah.
not have actually sort of gone ahead with that. Okay, right, thank you. We'll now go over to the government.
Thanks, Chair. Can I ask Ms Farrell and Ms Guthleben, how long have you been in local government?
For me, since 2011, so 14
2011?
years.
Yep,
And for me, since 2023, 2.5 years.
yeah. Would it be unusual for a local MP to advocate projects for their local government areas contained within their electorates?
I'd be taking a guess. So I guess from my point of view, my team's responsible for the delivery of the project. So we're often not at the forefront of obtaining grants. We have to spend the grant on the infrastructure. I'd be guessing. I don't know if we're often invited or if we're just notified there's a grant available.
No,
and
I
submit.
suppose the question was more around, you're aware, would you have an awareness of MPs actively advocating for projects to be funded in their local area and then council projects, for example?
I expect the General Manager might have an awareness. But again, we can't really speak to that.
Yeah. And so basically in your evidence earlier, we had a situation where the then Labor opposition was proposing a $400,000 allocation per state electorate right across the state, I might add, every single electorate. And contingent on Labor gaining government, obviously, because we wouldn't be able to budget for it if we weren't in government. Then there was a process to go through. Throughout that whole process, both during the campaign and then during the application process and the subsequent granting of the money, were there any discussions internally about lack of transparency or impropriety?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to my knowledge.
So the general sort of view of council was that there was nothing untoward about the process of the granting of this money. There were no sort of internal red flags or anything like that.
No.
No,
Okay.
not as far as we're aware.
All right. And in terms of the Minister Honig and the $400,000 for Lestrange Park, could you? My understanding is that park was quite run down and dilapidated. It obviously council made the assessment that it needed the full 400,000.
Yes.
Could you just give us a sense of the history of that park and how long it's been since it's had an upgrade?
Off the top of my head, I think 14 or 15 years since the playground's been in place. And over the last 2 years, we've been doing reactive maintenance because the condition of the equipment is at end of life. More than 3/4 of the pieces will be able to be replaced because of the funding.
Okay. And just to tie up that line of questioning, pending my colleagues might have other things, there was no discussions between the general manager and you people as the program delivery people about anything that they needed to be careful about in terms of the way the money was being allocated and administered?
No conversations were had between the GM and myself around that, no.
No. Okay. Thanks.
I have a question too. I think, Ms Farrell, you might have mentioned it before, and I think I've seen it in other councils. So you would have either a strategic plan or, sorry, I can't remember the terminology you use, which would be a list of projects, which are a public thing, I presume maybe even discussed at council meetings so that stakeholders and residents would know of the types of works that the council was looking to complete, get funding for, get grants for. So there's quite a transparent kind of understanding of where the council's priorities are.
Yes, we have a 4-year delivery program and that's available on our website. We report up to council with what's coming in the next year and the look ahead, and those documents are public.
And that would go across the different scales of projects, I guess?
Yes, yeah. Many line items right down to, a speed hump going into an aquatic centre. All of the projects will be listed.
Okay, thank you.
There is one thing I just want to tease out with regards to the interaction that we had regarding the noise cameras. Living in that LGA, I have a higher awareness of the campaign that's been run over many years. That particular issue in that LGA would be one that most residents would be acutely aware of, wouldn't it?
That's
Yes.
correct,
Oh,
yes.
and visitors.
And visitors.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, look us up next time you come down.
No, I'm thinking you should put them in. I would have volunteered to, monitor the cameras.
So in
Steve?
terms of the hypothecation of the money towards that program, it was basically an administrative decision that this wasn't the appropriate envelope of money to go towards that particular project because it didn't fall within the scope.
That's correct.
Yep. Okay. Thanks.
Is that it? Yeah.
Finally, Chair, could I just ask on notice, is it possible for Council to just give us a brief chronology of the steps that led to the 128,000 at Borroley Park and the 76 at King Street Mall, given that they weren't in the Advanced Works program, unlike Lestrange Park? I can understand, most of us here have been in local government, I can understand Lestrange Park, that's an easy one, 400 grand. And also on notice, is there any other council with any awareness prior to the election, was there material distributed by Mr Honig around the vicinity of Lestrange Park to say, if you vote for me, you'll get a big park upgrade, which is what I think any candidate would logically do in that circumstance.
May I ask a similar question, please, taken on notice, that in the 2 years prior to the election, I presume that council received government funding for parks and reserves. Can you provide us with a list of that funding, please?
Certainly.
Excellent. Well, thank you. I think that does conclude our time, and apologies, the timer will be fixed so that we all can work that out a bit easier. in the coming sessions. But thank you very much to our witnesses. It's been incredibly helpful. The committee secretariat will be in touch in relation to questions taken on notice and also any supplementary questions. But we will now take a tea break and be back at 11 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall we get started, put the broadcast back on? Excellent, thank you. Welcome back. We now welcome our next witness, Mr. Ray Williams, MP, who is member for Kellyville. As you are a member of this place, you are not required, my understanding is, to be sworn in, so we can just get straight into it. Did you want to make a short opening statement?
Well, Madam Chair and committee, thank you. I would, whilst I have made a submission in regards to what I believe is an inherent conflict of interest in regards to the member for Riverstone, which involves the granting of money to a person that he knew very, very closely, which is now on the record. I think the member raised that in his inaugural speech, that he was very close and that particular person was the person who ultimately got him involved in politics. I think he also alluded to the fact he wouldn't be a member of Parliament if it wasn't for Miss Lawrence's support. That's also backed up by virtue of the fact that once the member was elected to Parliament, he employed Miss Lawrence in his electoral office and she remains there to this day. But prior to getting into that, Madam Chair, if I could, and I go to the terms of reference in regards to the integrity and the efficacy of the spending of public money, I don't think I've ever seen a more atrocious or abusive misuse of taxpayers' money by one political party in my lifetime, or indeed in the history of this country. I find it completely abhorrent that a political party thinks it has the right to announce up to $40 million of grants under the disguise of grants for nothing more than political purposes to support Labor candidates in their quest to seek election to office prior to an election campaign. And I would just place on the record, just as finally in my opening remarks, that I think the question here needs to go to who actually devised this scheme, and I'll call it a scheme as opposed to calling it a rort. Who devised this scheme? Who was responsible for putting this scheme in place? Who endorsed it? And Madam Chair, I think the only answer to that question is the leader of the Labor Party prior to the last election. The leader of the Labor Party would have endorsed this particular scheme on behalf of Labor Party candidates to use for political purposes to get them elected to office and ultimately to get that party elected to government, which it has sorted. So today, I'm asking the question, that leader of the Labor Party is now the Premier of the state, Chris Minns. And the question to the Premier today is, should he remain in that job after undertaking and devising and endorsing such an abhorrent abuse of taxpayers' money, the likes that we've never ever seen before? I'm more than happy, Madam Chair, to answer any other questions. You have my submission in front of you, but I'd be more than willing to answer any other questions to help the committee in its work.
Thank you very much. So we've split question time, so we were starting with the opposition, then we'll go crossbench and government. So, Mr. Rath.
So, Mr. Williams, if you just run through us the specifics of the program in Riverstone. So you're saying Ms. Lawrence was the head of a charity. Mr. Kirby promised the money to that charity in the lead up to the last state election, and then after the state election, Ms. Lawrence has gone on to become Mr. Kirby's senior electorate officer. And we assume, I mean, are there other links between, and in your inaugural speech as well, I think you said, dear friend, someone that led Mr. Kirby into politics. Is there, I mean, it seems like from what you've told us, there's a pretty big conflict of interest here, which was never disclosed to us. Is there any reason that you can think of why this conflict of interest wasn't disclosed?
Well, I am a huge supporter of government grants, especially if I look at the Community Building Partnership Grant, which my electorate, and I would believe the other 93 electorates across New South Wales, who have been direct beneficiaries of funding for very, very important infrastructure projects in their backyard. And I look at the probity and the guidelines attached to that particular government grants program, where it states that if a member, even if a member happened to be an honorary member of a Rotary Club or a Lions Club or some other, or perhaps even a member of a church, that needs to be disclosed upfront prior to supporting that grant for funding. Now, the only guidelines that were ever wrapped around these Labor community grants as the candidates were using them was after this scheme was blown wide open by good people like yourself, and the guidelines were put in place. And I understand that the Honourable John Graham undertook a review and found there to be 100 cases of conflicts of interest, of which more than half were then refused because they were conflicts by a political nature. And I look at the granting of $50,000 to Ms Lawrence's organisation, the fact that the member has said we're very, she was a very dear friend, so obviously very close prior to the election. She received the grant funding, and the moment the member was elected, he employed Ms Lawrence into his electoral office. Now, I go back a little bit further to that. Ms Lawrence actually came to visit me prior to the 2023 election, even though I was in a bordering electorate of Kellyville, not in her electorate of Riverstone, or where she resides, or where her organisation is established. And she was seeking $50,000 of funding, and she asked me how she might be able to get that particular amount of money to enable her organisation to carry on and do the good work that it does. And I said to her, well, simply, you'd need to go and approach the local member there, and the local member would run you through the available grants programs. So I knew full well that she was seeking exactly that amount of money, and I didn't dispute that when she received it. But I think after what the member for Riverstone has said in his inaugural speech, and the fact that she's ended up in his employment and remains in his employment, there's an inherent conflict of interest in that, which if that hasn't been picked up under the review by John Graham, you need to ask yourself the question, how many others are slipped underneath the carpet?
Well, that's what we're concerned about, because about 15 or 16 Labor MPs or candidates did self-declare a conflict of interest, and they have been made known to us. But there's 93 electorates. This particular project wasn't picked up in that review, or there was no self-declared conflict of interest. Is there any reason why you think it wasn't self-declared or picked up in the review?
I certainly can't answer that, but there obviously you've mentioned that some good members have actually declared their interests. Obviously, in this case, there was nothing declared by the member for Riverstone. At the end of the day, we always need to stand up as representatives of our people and our communities and ensure that integrity is first and foremost. And that's when I come back to the process of the Community Building Partnership Grants ensures that process is undertaken and the scrutiny is applied. In this case, this was a purely politically motivated grant scheme where maybe the member hasn't declared that because he didn't want to lose the funding to a very dear friend. His words, not mine.
You're one of the longer serving members of this place. I think you've been here for about 18 years or so.
Thanks.
Very distinguished. But have you ever seen a scheme where only one political party can apply? So, in this case, only Labor MPs and Labor candidates could put forward projects. I assume you weren't invited to put forward a project for your electorate in the lead up to the state election or since, if that's the case. And have you ever seen a scheme operate like that in your 18 years in this field?
As I said to you, not in my lifetime have I ever seen the manner in which a political party believed that it could fraudulently at best, illegally at worst, announce that candidates could announce grants of up to $400,000 in electorates that they were contesting, and that political party had no way of knowing, given they were in opposition, whether that money was available. I mean, we're talking about the grand total of $40 million. It's not an insignificant amount of money to find in Treasury. The state is now in debt, that's well known. There's more debt now, 2 years later, than what there was previously. And so you just have to ask yourself the question, who was responsible for devising and endorsing this scheme? And I think that goes right to the top, and the buck stops with the Premier.
Riverston's obviously one of the most marginal electorates in all of New South Wales. Do you think by handing out grants funding in this particular way that it could potentially change the outcome of elections?
I think that every member of any political party or even independents knows full well that the investment of money into an area changes minds and changes votes, and that's why I think the work of this committee is so important. And I think you've only scratched the surface with some of it, but I think you really need to be asking your question: who devised this? Was the process at best, I say, fraudulent, at worst illegal? And I draw on the comments of one of the most eminent legal minds in the country, Geoffrey Watson QC, who was certainly called our party out when they needed to be. He doesn't draw any punches, and he called this nothing more than a Labor Party slush fund. And so I think when you have a legal mind that has made that call, further investigation from a higher authority needs to be undertaken in relation to this so that this never ever happens again. We invited you to appear today based on your submission. We also invited Mr Kirby and his senior electorate officer. Do you know any reason why they might not want to appear today, or what message do you think it sends to the committee?
Point of order, Chair.
I'll hear the point of order.
Mr Rath is asking the witness to hypothesise on the feelings and motivations of people that aren't here. I don't think that Mr Williams will be able to answer as to why Mr...
You might not be able to.
There's no point of order.
Well, I'll phrase it in a different way. What message do you think it sends that Mr Kirby, an elected member of this place, and his senior electorate officer have refused to appear at today's committee meeting?
Well, Honourable Member, perhaps I could answer that by saying that a committee was established to inquire into certain aspects that I raised in Parliament some time ago, and there were members of the Liberal Party who chose not to turn up to answer questions. They were undrawn and quartered for doing so. I think it speaks louder than words when people don't turn up, and I parallel that in exactly the same way as the question you've asked now about the Labor member for Riverston not turning up to be answerable on behalf of the funds that he's allocated in his electorate, which obviously have an inherent conflict of interest.
Have you been,
The time's expired.
sorry, my time's expired.
The crossbench time started now. I'll take the first little half of it. Mr Williams, so in Riverston, $385,000 was allocated during the election, according to the amounts that were left over to then be allocated to council. So $385,000, of which $50,000 was this one you refer to going to North West Community Services. I understand that's the only one that's actually happened so far. Do you know what's happened to the other, or do you know where the other allocations are going for that particular electorate, for the other $335,000?
I don't. It's a great question, Madam Chair, and perhaps that will be exposed throughout the work of this committee. But no, unfortunately, I don't know where it's gone. I think if I go a little bit further, that goes back to the entire process and the probity of the process. I mean, I think there needs to be now a deep dive, perhaps a higher authority to dig down and find out where money has landed, where it has been used, has it been spent and invested. I mean, if I go back again, and I'm sorry to keep pushing the point, but the Community Building Partnership have timelines as to when money must be spent. And there have been times, rare occasions in my own electorate, where people have not met those timeframes, and that money has gone back to Treasury. It's gone back to government because those people haven't undertaken the appropriate due process and haven't completed the tender process, then haven't completed the work. So there is a huge amount of integrity wrapped around government grants, which we're not seeing with this particular process.
So in your electorate in Kellyville, the Labor candidate there, I understand that they allocated all 400,000 of their allocation during the election to council. Are you aware of what that's for?
No, but I imagine that my council will put it to good use on behalf of the community. But once again, I'm not aware on what they're going to invest that into, and whether or not they are required to announce that publicly to either myself, to the government, or to our community as to where they're going to spend that money.
So even though you're the local member, you don't know what that money is being
This
spent?
is the Hills Council.
Yes.
So I understand that from time to time there are allocations made within members' electorates by the government of the day under a particular grant or in a particular scheme, even that there is discretionary funds sometimes for a particular member to distribute. How does this differ from that normal process, I guess?
Well, so you're going to have to forgive me. I'll just try and dumb down the process there. But ultimately, I would suggest that if state government money was being allocated to a local council in any area, and I'll draw on my own area if you like, because that's what the question relates to, they would have to have, my understanding, what we'd term shovel-ready projects. So the project would need to be designed, the land ownership issues, anything resolved, setbacks, whatever. So the entire planning, everything would need to be done where they were about to invest council's money or any other appropriate money, maybe like Section 94 money, etc. And then if a government was to come over the top and say, look, we'd like to allocate some money to a project, the council would then nominate the project. Government would go through and assess all the planning criteria, as I said, whether or not that project was shovel-ready, and sorry to simplify that, but that's a term that we would use. And if that all stacked up, then the council would receive the money. Now, there's lots happening when you represent an electorate within a growth centre. So there are a lot of playing fields, there are a lot of local roads, there are a lot of different community projects where money is absolutely vital, and you're always stretched, and unfortunately the community suffers because those playgrounds or those community facilities don't come online quick enough. That's a way for government to pick that up, but the process that it goes through and the integrity that's applied to it is very, 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 very strict. And like I say, in this case, I imagine, I live within a good council area, the Hillshire Council, that they will appropriate the money in accordance with where it should go on behalf of the community. But once again, I'm unaware as to what that money will be invested into.
Thank you. Mr. Latham?
Could I just ask, Mr. Williams, are you aware of, when did you first become aware of this funding program?
Well, Honourable Member, as I said in my opening remarks, I was aware the organisation was seeking money because Miss Lawrence came...
No, in your own electorate, in Kellyville as an MP. When did you first become aware?
I don't think I was aware until after the election, when I think it was discovered that this scheme was in place. I don't think I heard of it leading even up to an election. Right. I may have done.
Who was your Labor opponent in Kellyville?
Mr. Karki, I think.
Mr. Karki.
Yeah, but I don't think I saw anything in the media.
Did he do any campaigning on the? Did he do any campaigning around the?
May well have. Might have been on social media. Yeah, but I'm not aware of it.
Right, and do you have regular meetings with the Hills Council to talk about projects in your electorate and get some information about how this 400,000 allocated to the council is going to be used?
Can I say that I'll probably seek a meeting regarding that particular matter now?
Right, so nothing's been announced
No.
as to which park's being upgraded?
No.
Which, so the 400,000...
Not to my knowledge, can
To
I
your
say
knowledge,
that?
okay.
No.
So, and do you normally have regular meetings with the council about local projects of interest?
I wouldn't say that I have
Social
regular
media.
meetings, but from time to time, you know, if there were major projects that were going ahead where both the state and the council were in partnership, then there would be good reason to have meetings just to discuss how those projects were progressing.
Right, and in the adjoining electorate, are you aware of any campaigning that Mr Kirby did around his promised allocations? It sounds like 115,000 went out in those regular promises and 285,000 left over, 50,000 for Ms Lawrence's organisation. What electoral advantage did Mr Kirby make of that prior to the March election?
Well, I think the honourable member, Mr Rath, asked the question in regards to it was on a very, very tight margin. And as I said before, for the record, and I'll state again, that we all know that money changes minds and moves votes.
Right, but did you have evidence, and in talking to the outgoing Liberal member at Riverstone about the nature of that campaigning?
No, I haven't. I haven't since the election, no.
Right, so there's no evidence that Mr Kirby's used it in a way that might be thought of as, you know, pork barrelling and campaigning on electoral type bribes. If you vote for me, you get this.
I think we'd have to do a bit of a deep dive, as I said before, investigate through social media, maybe through some local media, things like that. And I don't think that that electorate would be on its own. I think that that deep dive needs to happen in several areas, several other electorates.
Right, and you've said that the North West Community Service is a wonderful charity. What exactly do they do?
I believe they have an outreach program there for women who may have suffered from domestic violence, homelessness. I mean, I think it covers a broad range of areas, and I don't dispute for one moment that they do good work, and that Ms Lawrence, in her role there, has done good work in the past. I'm only concerned about as I said in my submission, what I believe is an inherent conflict of interest that hasn't been disclosed.
Right, and has Ms Lawrence got any financial interests you know of in this
I don't know.
community service? You don't know, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just ask you, there was a media report this morning in relation to Mr Crackenthorpe's electorate with this allegation. I guess this follows up from what Mr Latham was asking, but this sort of assertion that this was effectively vote buying, that the idea was that candidates would offer money to local organisations in return for support or a photograph or a being able to attend a meeting. What's your sort of take on that? Did you experience anything similar in any of the electorates that you were involved with during the election?
Well, I read that on the way in here to Parliament on the Metro, and I must say it was quite eyebrow raising when the person stated, and I believe she has the similar last name of mine. There's no conflict of interest there. There's lots of Williams in New South Wales. But she stated that she felt that she was used for a political purpose to prop up the candidate, Mr Crackenthorpe, and also the Labor Party. I mean, she's been quite explicit in some of the comments that she's made. She handed out how to vote cards. I mean, she was heavily involved in the campaign. I think the great irony there is, as I said before, there is a lady who runs what, you know, could, and I don't know the organisation, but it's on behalf of women suffering from domestic violence. Now, because the appropriate probity and scrutiny wasn't applied, you know, she may be one person, regardless of the conflict, who totally deserved that money for a very, very good cause, but because there was an undisclosed conflict, it's been scrubbed and now she feels like she's been put out. Well, it affects people on both sides of the fence, doesn't it? I mean, whether you're receiving money incorrectly because you have a conflict, but rather because you have a conflict, it might be a very good organisation, where if it had gone through the appropriate processes, the conflict had been declared, I mean, then ultimately the scrutiny would have been applied more to what is this organisation achieving, and if it's providing support to women who have suffered domestic violence, maybe the one organisation that money should have been forwarded to.
Thank you. Government members.
Yeah.
Mr Buttigieg.
Thanks, Mr. Williams. How long have you been a member of Parliament, Mr.
I think
Williams?
Mr Russ said 18 years. Thanks for reminding me.
18 years. So, in that time, do you ever recall making funding promises during election campaigns?
No.
No, you have never made a promise of a project or a funding envelope for your electorate in that 18 years.
Can I answer that by saying that if we were in opposition, the one promise and the one project that we consistently raised, it was a principal project for the Liberal Party, was the North West Rail Link, and we had already made the statement, and indeed the leader then, which was Barry O'Farrell, had made the statement that if we got into government, we would deliver the North West Rail Link.
So in your 18 years as a local member, and presumably, what's that, 4 elections, you've made one promise, and that was the Liberal Party promise for that.
I started off by saying that if our party had have made comments and policy agreements that once in government we were going to deliver specific outcomes, and one of those would have been the Rouse Hill Hospital, of which $300 million was funded for that particular hospital.
Right.
The North West Rail Link was another promise. So if our party had endorsed...
So can I just clarify, Mr. Williams, so those promises were from a candidate, you, for money that would be delivered if you were re-elected?
For projects.
So can you outline what you think the difference between that and this is?
Yeah, because ultimately they were projects that had to be costed and funded
So
once we got into government.
suggesting that this program wasn't costed?
Well, of course. How could it be?
Well, have you read the Parliamentary Budget Office submissions and the
So
costings there?
it was run by the Parliamentary Budget Office, and the Parliamentary Budget Office approved
your evidence
political
is
funding.
that it wasn't costed. I put to you, are you aware that it went through the Parliamentary Budget Office?
Well, I would question that.
Well, no, my question is very straightforward and simple. Are you aware that this program was fully costed through the Parliamentary Budget Office?
No, I'm not.
You're not aware?
No.
Well, now you are.
No, oh, that's great.
Could I also ask you, you've made some quite serious allegations in your evidence, corruption, failure to declare conflict of interest. Just on that point, are you sure that Mr Kirby didn't declare a conflict of interest?
Well, that's what I think has already been raised, that was stated.
No, but is that
the
your
member
evidence?
hadn't.
Your evidence is that Mr Kirby didn't declare a conflict of interest. Is
I
that
understand
your evidence?
through the
No, I
proceedings
don't
of this
want you to
committee
understand.
All right,
today,
order.
honourable
If
member.
we could let each other
If you'd
speak
like to
and
let
not
me
interrupt.
answer, if you'd like to let me answer, first time that I understood that he had not declared an interest was today in this committee room when it was stated for the record that he had not declared an interest.
So you take that at face value, and your evidence is that you agree with what you've heard here today?
Well, we refer back to, as my comments in relation to the Honourable John Graham having undertaken a review, finding over 100 projects that were not declared, that more than half of those were found to have inherent conflicts of interest, several of them political, that were scrubbed and were not there. My comment is that if this is not a conflict of interest, how many other projects similar to this have slipped through?
These folders here are proactive releases of documents of all the allocation programs. Your evidence, a big part of your evidence was lack of transparency. Have you read these release of documents about all the allocation programs that the minister's
No,
published?
I didn't realise they were publicly available.
You didn't realise?
No.
But yet you've come here and given evidence about lack of transparency.
I've come here
and
as a
you're not even
witness
across the
at your
material.
request, Honourable Member,
Right.
in regards to a submission I made
Well,
in
it's
relation
it's
to
important
one
we get the facts
particular
out,
Member of
isn't it?
Parliament who's not declared a conflict of interest.
Can I also ask you if these egregious allegations of corruption, conflict of interest, let's be frank.
Who raised the issue of
Well,
corruption?
you did in your evidence. I can give you the
I
transcript.
spoke about the illegality
Point
of
of
what
order,
I believe.
Chair.
Yeah, I hear the point of
But
order.
my point of order is that Mr Buttigieg's putting words in the witness's mouth. He never used the phrase corruption in his evidence, and I think you should stick to a line of
I think we
questioning.
should check the
check
Hansard.
the Hansard.
Okay.
I don't recall him using
Order.
He said it's
He said fraudulent and illegal. I didn't hear the word corruption.
Well,
Order.
let's use fraudulent
Order.
and illegal.
Order. If we could refrain from verballing the witness. I do not recall the exact word that was used, but let's please be careful. But could I also note, Mr Buttigieg, you've used some folders there as a bit of a prop, but for the Hansard purposes, if you're not tabling them
I'll
here,
table them.
could you perhaps just let us know the date that they were released?
I'll table all the documents.
Given the Premier's
That's the
department,
SO 52 that
Can
we
I
asked
ask-
for. You didn't proactively release it, so
Ask a question while
the
you-
Order.
evidence should
Sure.
reflect the
Could I ask
truth.
a question?
Please do.
Thank you, Mr Williams, for your evidence today and appearing. I think you gave evidence that Ms Lawrence ran the organisation that got the funding?
That was my understanding.
Okay.
I think that's what she announced to me prior to the action. I said she visited my office seeking a similar amount of money and requesting how I could assist her. I was in a neighbouring electorate and said that the only way I could assist her was to suggest that she go and visit a local member of parliament.
I suggest to you that Ms Lawrence is not... does
Can
not
you, sorry, Madam Chair, could
Can
I
you not
ask the
hear?
member to speak up? I'm
Sure,
having trouble hearing.
sure. I'd suggest to you that Ms Lawrence didn't run the organisation. She was a member of the board, and in fact that she came to see you in a completely different capacity in the meeting that you're referring to. Do you have any recollection of that?
She came in the capacity that she worked in the organisation, but she also suggested in the meeting that to advise me that she was not the Labor candidate for the Riverstone electorate, and she didn't have to inform me of that, but she just came out and told me that while she was there in the meeting, but then she went on to say that her organisation desperately needed $50,000 and how could I assist her, and I advised her that she could go and visit her own local member and that I imagine he would be able to assist her in that process.
Could we just note that you said that she worked with the organisation? She was on the board of the organisation. If we could just make sure that the
I don't know
Hansard-
what capacity, but she came to visit me and she talked about the organisation that she was involved with, yeah.
Can I...
Order.
Sorry.
Sorry, is there a bit...
Are we out of time?
The time is,
Time is
yes,
up.
expired.
so
so
much
the-
for conflict of interest.
So the time has expired. To the extent there are supplementary questions or that questions were taken on notice, the committee secretariat will be in touch. But that does conclude our time with you, Mr Williams. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavours in this committee and the work it's doing.
Thank you. Thank you. We now have Ms Kobe Shetty, MP, who is the member for Balmain, as a witness. As you've already sworn an oath to office, you don't need to be sworn in again. I will invite you to make a short opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here this morning as a witness. Look, you have my full submission. I just want to highlight a couple of things within it. First, I think it's important to talk about the experience within the electorate of Balmain as a candidate. So I was first made aware of this grant scheme, as it has since been labelled, around early to mid-February. So I was contacted by a local community organisation, and they were basically seeking advice from me. They had been told by the Labor campaign manager that they would be able to receive a grant for $20,000. they were really concerned about the legitimacy of the grant. They had not heard anything about a grant scheme that Labor candidates were able to give out. They were not able to get any information from that campaign manager about the application process, about the eligibility criteria, about any conflict of interest kind of provisions. And so they were concerned, I think, because there was nothing publicly spoken about this, and it was a very, very quick time frame that they were asked to respond. I think it was within a day or two for this offer of this $20,000 grant funding. And they are a very worthy organisation, very much in need of this funding, and they felt uncomfortable because there was not much transparency or clarity around this process. And the offer that was made to them was not without strings attached. So they were offered this grant funding, but they were told that it would be in exchange for the candidate to be able to visit the meeting, for them to have 20 minutes to give their, to make an announcement, to give this information to the community, the group that would be attending the meeting. And they were also told that they would like to have a photo with the group, which they anticipated would be used during the campaign, given that it was about 6 weeks or 5 or 6 weeks before the election. So they didn't know what to do. They were concerned about whether it was a legitimate grant, but they also didn't want to be compromised in that process, not knowing actually how these grants worked, but also not wanting to be seen as partisan, because many of these local community organisations work very hard to make sure that they're not viewed as being partisan organisations, and they're very cautious when it comes to elections, that they have relationships with a variety of political candidates, and that they that there is an understanding with all of the candidates about their needs, and they don't want to risk being seen as partisan in case it compromises their ability to advocate for their own community organisation later when the election's over. So I think they were concerned about this appearance that they might be endorsing a particular candidate when they very much wanted to just operate as a non-partisan group. There were many groups within the Balmain electorate that accepted grants, and they're very worthy, and I just want to make it clear that when I'm talking about some of the examples of groups who decided to decline the funding, that is by no way implying that people that did accept grant funding have done anything wrong. They're all working very hard, a lot of them really scrambling to get funding in a very tight kind of fiscal situation. And so I think for these groups, it was a really difficult situation to put them in, where they were either feeling like they were potentially compromising themselves in some way, or accepting money and not being really sure if it was legitimate. And I can give you an example just from this morning that someone had noticed on the website that had the grants listed that they had been accepted for a $9,000 grant, which they hadn't received yet. On the website it says that they're actually in line to get $70,000, and so they called us.
Sorry, 70 or 17?
70,000.
So from 9 to 70.
There's some kind of discrepancy.
Okay.
I can't remember the exact amount. It's somewhere in that region. So they were approved for a $9,000 grant. They contacted my office this morning just to see what was going on, because they thought that they had had a windfall gain. I suspect it may just be a typo on the website. But in the process, understood that this inquiry was happening and they haven't received that grant funding, and they were concerned that that might mean that they might not be able to get the $9,000 grant. So there's still a great deal of uncertainty, I think, amongst the community about exactly how this grant process worked and why it was done, I think, in such a way. So I guess I just want to highlight that kind of difficult position that a lot of our community groups were put into, where it was clear from the information that I have seen that there was no way for these community groups to accept the funding without the associated quid pro quo. There's expectations that were attached. So they couldn't say, yes, we'd like to accept this grant, but we won't have you there for this meeting. Or, yes, we would like to accept this grant, but we won't be taking a photo with you. It was very much understood that if they were going to accept this money, the expectation was that they then followed through with their side of what was requested of them. And so I think in this respect, I just wanted to raise, while I have the opportunity, the recommendation from the ICAC's investigation into pork barrelling from the Stronger Communities Fund, which is Operation Jersey. And although we are talking about candidates rather than local members in many instances, the similarities, I think, can be drawn from recommendation 11, where they've said that where grant schemes or opportunities seek the input of local members, the process should encompass all relevant members and not be limited to members of the political party or parties that form government. And I think we can see here the lines between what was happening during the election campaign, where these grants, as they've since been labelled, were not available to any of the other candidates or parties. They were done secretly until there was a report in the Herald that came out as a result of one of the groups in the Balmain electorate on the 15th of March. And it was only after that time that the Labor candidate in my electorate was actually announcing more publicly a few of the different funding commitments that she had made during the election campaign. So in the dates between the 18th and 24th of March, she made 4 social media posts publicly announcing other community grant programs that she was committing to. But until that date, and certainly prior to the 15th of March, when there had not been anything in the public about this program, there was no public acknowledgement of these kind of commitments that were going on behind the scenes. So, I mean, I think it's clear to see that while there's very worthy causes, as the former member was talking about, very worthy groups, there are, I think, arguably reasonable concerns from the community that this amounts to pork barrelling, when the definition of that is that the allocation of funds, public funds and resources, targeting electors for partisan political purposes. I think it's quite clear that despite the Premier's objections that because it was divided between 93 electorates and everyone had the same amount of money, there was a clear process here that was undertaken to try and curry favour with particular groups within the electorate by offering them particular amounts of money. So I believe that this grant scheme really lacks integrity, despite what's happened since in the several months after the election, to try and retrospectively look at conflicts of interest and other things to make it more robust. And I would be very concerned if we were to see anything of this nature happening again.
Thank you. And can I say thank you very much for your submission. I think it was one of the longer ones that we received, and lots of great information, very well thought out. Thank you. We're going to divide questions between the sort of 3 groups equally, so we'll start with Coalition. Yeah.
Thank you for your submission and for your opening statement. You've answered a lot of my questions I already had, and thank I think I'd say thank the P&C Association in your electorate for speaking up and for refusing to take this money. This is one of the first examples that came to light of this scheme during the election campaign. Your electorate was one of the most hotly contested seats at the last election. I think you hold it on a fairly small margin, via the Labor Party. Do you think that the commitments made during the election as part of this scheme were done for electoral gain, and could they have changed the outcome potentially, or had the capacity to change the outcome of the election in your electorate?
Look, I do believe that the purpose, by the way in which these commitments were made, was to try and seek electoral gain. I think the fact that they were done in secret and the way in which the expectations were for some kind of thing to be done in response definitely indicates to me that it wasn't just a simple commitment of funding. It was an expectation that should I offer you this funding, I will then be able to get a photo with this group and use it as an endorsement. I'll then be able to come to your particular group meeting and talk about this wonderful commitment that I've made, talk about the fact that it would only happen if a Labor government was elected. And a line that was being run a lot in the Balmain electorate was that if you voted for the Greens, then you would risk returning a Perrottet government. And so there was an implication within that kind of campaigning that was happening that if you risked voting for a party that wasn't the Labor Party, even within the seat of Balmain, that there was a risk that that grant funding would not eventuate. So I think, in my view, it was a really inappropriate way to offer grant funding to these community groups. And I must say, in regards to the P&C, they still haven't got that project up for solar panels that they have been so desperately wanting to for several years. They took a real hit as a community to try and make sure that what they were doing was being undertaken with integrity, and I think it's a real credit to them as a community group that they were careful and cautious, and at the detriment of their own kind of their school, they have come out and spoken about what took place. But it was a big concern, and as you say, the margin was small. I don't know if $400,000 is enough to buy you enough votes to tip that margin, but it was certainly very concerning behaviour.
Thank you. Thank you also for your very detailed submission. It was very good. Just wanted to clarify, you mentioned in your earlier evidence about the initial contact from a Labor Party campaign manager. I think that's been reported in the media, but is that Kieran Ash? Is that who you're referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And then just the part of your submission on page 6 where you talk about some of the concerns about the grant opportunity not being advertised publicly, meaning that those prospective applicants had to have been handpicked by Labor candidates, and that's a concern that has come up in other areas in conversations I've had about this grant. Have you had feedback from other community members concerned that they didn't get the chance to apply and this all did seem to happen behind closed doors?
Yes, of course, and I know that there are other groups that also declined the funding because of their concerns, although they haven't come forward to speak publicly. Yeah. So there's both. There's groups that were concerned about the funding and felt uncomfortable with accepting it, so therefore they missed out. And then I've certainly heard from groups who have been disappointed that there was an opportunity for funding and have just been curious about how something like that could happen, because it is remarkably similar to the community building partnerships grants, which have a very robust process and an open process. And so these groups have been concerned about why they didn't get the opportunity to apply for this.
Yeah, and then just in relation to, the concerns around the conflicts of interest process, which have also been raised, you mentioned in your submission you were invited to a briefing with the Program Office in October, and these matters were discussed. Can you elaborate any more on what those discussions were and what the advice was, particularly around conflict of interest concerns?
I'd probably need to take a specific question to remember.
So one of the things that you say is that the process for managing conflicts of interest, and you say you wrote to the Premier about that, and you didn't get a formal response, but you were invited to a briefing with the Program Office, which I assume happened last October. What did the Program Office tell you about the management of conflict of interest?
So that was October 2023.
Okay.
It's quite some time ago, so I'll try and recall it to the best of my knowledge, but it was along the lines of the fact that they were going through a conflict of interest process when they got those applications informally. Okay. So it was taking place several months after the election. As far as I understood, there was absolutely no way of declaring conflict of interest back in February or March when these promises were being made.
So it's almost as if any of the probity around it happened after the election and it was a retrofitting to suit, as opposed to any earlier conflicts of interest and a proper application process to ensure that didn't exist.
That's my understanding, that there was actually no conflict of interest process in place at all during that period of the election when those commitments were being made.
Okay. How are we going for time? Are we?
1:38.
Okay. Do you have anything else?
Just in terms of, thank you for mentioning the ICAC report from 2022. I think you mentioned this, but I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more. Do you think that it mitigates all concerns about pork barrelling if it's simply that every electorate gets the same amount of funding? Because that seems to be one of the defences that the government's using, is that, well, how can it be pork barrelling if every electorate's getting $400,000? Is there other criteria to judge projects by in terms of pork barrelling other than just an equal distribution of money per electorates?
I think the definition of pork barrelling makes it clear that pork barrelling is not defined by how much money goes to which areas. It's more specifically about the use of public funds to curry favour or bi-electoral favour with electors. So I don't think it matters that it was distributed amongst 93 different electorates. I think that's irrelevant. When it comes to pork barrelling, if you're seeing somebody making a very clear funding commitment to a particular group and the request in regards to actually what they're going to get back from that is to get an audience with a particular group, to be able to give their pitch to a particular group that they wouldn't have access to before, or to be able to get an endorsement that could be shared on social media or more broadly from that particular group that might sway people's choice of who they're going to vote for, still, by my reading of it, fits the definition of pork barrelling.
And have you been brought into any into this project scheme at all since the election? Like, has there been the government briefing you? Have you had any input into the projects after the election at all?
No, so the projects that were already selected were brought to my office several months after so that we could get contact details for those groups, liaise with the office who were doing the grant program and try and facilitate those grants being given out. Obviously, as I've said, all of the programs that I have seen are very worthy local community groups, and so we've helped to facilitate those from actually being organised, but there's been no ability for me to influence in any way where that money has gone or why.
Thank you.
I think that's a useful word that was used before about retrofitting after the event. In terms of when you first found out about this program, did you say 20 February?
Yeah, I believe I had a conversation with someone around the 15th of February.
One of the defences that's been put forward by the government is that this was a costed program. I have in front of me the election costing request form, which wasn't made until the 10th of March, which was 2 weeks before the election. What do you make of that? Why do you think that was the case?
Is there a time?
I mean, it's hard to know, but I think it's in keeping with my understanding that there was no process or costing done at the time that some of these grants were being promised in February and early March. I understand that there was a media story on the 15th of March, so there is a possibility that that was somehow linked to the media story that was impending, but I obviously can't speak to that as I wasn't involved.
The Parliamentary Budget Office published their response on the 20th of March, although I understand that an email may have been sent prior to that on the 19th of March to the now Premier or to the Labor Party to let them know about the costing. You said in your opening statement, though, that the Labor candidate had started announcing these things by the 18th?
Yeah, I had a look back through this morning because I took some screenshots of social media posts in expectation that there might be some interest in this because I was concerned about the process that have since been deleted. And I was looking back through them this morning. There were 4 announcements made on that candidate's public social media page. One was on the 18th, one was on the 20th, one on the 22nd and one on the 24th of March. So there were no public announcements of those electoral commitments that were made on social media until after the 18th of March.
So is it your understanding that the candidate, at least in your electorate, was promising money to people on the basis of a supposed program, so they're doing it secretly prior to that, that was not costed and had no sort of guidelines or rules around it in relation to sort of conflicts of interest and everything else? Is that your
my understanding that there was a lack of any kind of there was a lack of any kind of robust process, conflict of interest provisions, anything that we could be aware of prior to somewhere in March.
Yeah.
Certainly there were promises being made in February,
Yeah.
and I don't understand that there was any way for a candidate to declare any conflicts of interest at that time.
Thank you. You were talking before, obviously, about the ICAC reports and pork barrelling. What about electoral rules? What about something like Section 209 of the Electoral Act, as an example, which talks about sort of giving people things in return for support?
Treating. It's
Pardon?
known as treating.
There you go, treating. Do you think, I guess in your capacity as someone with expertise in that portfolio, do you see that there's potentially a role for the Electoral Commission in all of this?
I mean, I think that there is some clear issues with the integrity of this program. So I think in terms of what you're talking about with the Electoral Act, it would certainly be worth them looking further into this process to see whether they believe that that there would be issues around that particular provision.
Thank you. Mr. Latham.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and Thank you, Kobe, for your submission and the work you and your predecessor have done on integrity in government. And can I just go to this $20,000 offer of a grant for the school solar energy project? Was that typical of how the Labor campaign in Balmain was allocating or suggesting the allocation of money, that they'd know that there was an organisation that had something like a solar project in mind, and if you just gave them 20,000, you could do that 20 times around the electorate and piggyback on existing funding proposals that were around the seat of Balmain?
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly talk to the examples of the programs that have been approved. So they would reflect that it would have been those types of programs that organisations would have been looking to fund.
But it was a little bit to add to an existing concept that was in the electorate that Kieran Ashen, the Labor candidate, could latch onto.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think it was an idea of the candidate to actually kind of come up with this particular amount of money. They were looking for projects and community organisations that had needs to be able to then announce a funding source for them.
So to piggyback with a smaller amount like 20,000, which doesn't get you a lot of solar panels, but it adds something and potentially impresses the members of the P&C and the school community. Is there any example of groups that said, no, we don't really want the photo, we're not really Labor inclined or we're independent of politics, that Labor persisted with them and they've ultimately received money?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that there were groups that declined the funding that didn't want to speak publicly about it, but I'm not aware of any groups that had a persistent kind of chase. I wasn't across the details of the interactions between many of the groups and the candidate or manager. So
you had to be part of the photo and the electoral opportunity to then continue down the process and receive money ultimately.
It was certainly my understanding that most of these offers were made with the expectation that candidates would be taken, that the candidate would have a photo with these groups, or at the very least receive some sort of audience with a closed group that other candidates didn't get access to.
Some public acknowledgement.
That's right.
What they were doing.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious, are you able to give us a copy of the email you received from the Premier's office on the 13th of July listing the projects and the dollar amounts associated with the Labor candidates' pre-election pledges in Balmain? Who sent the email?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Can you? If even on a confidential basis, we can have a look at it because it informs us as to how this works. It seems to me very unusual the Premier's office would contact you, given you hadn't initiated these funding opportunities. This is in July 2023, instead of contacting Ms Scott and Mr Ash to say, well, you know, you contacted these groups, you must know who they are. Do you feel that there was an attempt here to try and incorporate you in the process so you find it harder to complain about it?
Look, I can't speak to the motivations of the Labor leadership about incorporating us in the process. I think it was probably easier to facilitate getting these grants out to these community organisations with the assistance of the local member, but I don't know what the motivation was.
Why was it so hard, do you think, to contact, say, Mr Ash working for Joe Halen, a member in an adjoining seat, and say, Kieran, you had contact with all P&C solar projects, you know all who they are. Can you help us in contacting these people to follow up with the money?
Yeah, I mean,
why
I guess
why is that so hard?
There's a lot of back and forth between the local electorate office and these organisations to actually get these grants distributed. So I expect that they just wanted to make it an easier process.
Right. And what's been the final outcome in your seat in terms of the allocation of the 400,000?
Yeah, so there were several projects, I think around $230,000 that were allocated, and then the remaining funds, as were in other electorates, were distributed between the local councils, so that it added to a total of $400,000.
Right. You've only got the one council, Inner West?
We've got Inner West and City of Sydney.
Right, and have you had a role in where that 170,000 is now gone?
They have asked, both of the councils had asked me with a short list whether I would have any views on what kind of project would be favoured, yes.
And you've cooperated with that and found it a useful process?
Yes, I have.
Right, okay. Where's it gone, Leichhardt Oval or something?
Not Leichhardt Oval. I can't quite remember. I think they're both funding playground projects, but I'd have to check.
Okay, the bell has gone, unfortunately.
Yes, thank you.
So I will move on to the government members.
Thanks, Ms Shetty. I'm a little bit confused. On page 9 of your submission, when I say confused, given your evidence and what you've said in your submission, I'll quote, if political candidates wish to make discrete funding pledges at the community level during an election campaign, they should do so without the expectation or anticipation of public funds being specifically set aside for the purpose. So is the suggestion of your evidence that candidates should run around making promises and then the prospective government, then in opposition, shouldn't cost them?
That's just being a
is
green.
that, I mean, that's what that says, basically.
Fight for it.
Order. If you could let the witness actually answer the question.
Yeah, I think perhaps you've misinterpreted what I'm trying to say
Clearly.
there. What I'm trying to clarify is that I think it's reasonable for candidates to go around and say, we would love to have a swimming spot here, or we would love to have more buses here, and these things are going to cost money. But the difference between those kind of larger funding announcements and what happened here, I think, are that they were not public, that they were small, and they were very targeted without having any sort of process to try and check whether they were good value for money or whether they were appropriately vetted.
But I don't understand, because the program was well advertised during the election campaign.
No,
It was
I would argue that
400,000.
that's
So
incorrect.
you weren't aware that there was 400,000 available for your electorate?
No, not until this community group let me know that there were promises being made by the Labor candidate in the middle of February.
Let's go to that. Do you know a Zoe Flannery?
Yes.
And do you know her background?
She's a P&C president at the Leichhardt Public School. She was at the time. I don't think she is now.
And does she have any involvement with the Greens movement or the party?
She's not a member of the Greens, no.
No? And what about her parents?
What about
This
her
is the
dog?
What
best
about her
you've got.
parents?
Well, are you
What about
aware
the
that
Greens?
her
I love
parents...
the indignation.
You don't
from
need to answer.
outside.
I'm
As if
just,
they're the same.
I have, they're valid questions. I think I have a right to ask them. Are you aware that her parents were founding members of the Greens?
I know that her mum is still involved locally. I don't believe she's a current member of the Greens, but she may be.
Right. Are you aware of any correspondence between the PNC and the Labor campaign?
Yes.
And when was that made available to you?
I haven't seen that correspondence.
Well, you just said you're aware of it.
I
so
was aware of it.
How did you become aware of it?
So I was called by Zoe to
Right.
ask me advice about whether I knew anything about these grants and whether
And
they
so,
were legitimate.
sorry, what was the nature of the correspondence with the PNC approach the Labor campaign asking for funding?
It's some time ago, but my understanding is that the Leichhardt PNC had spoken to the Labor candidate about their solar project, and if she knew any way that they could receive funding for future projects, I believe that they were looking at grant opportunities.
Right.
And then they received an email offering them the $20,000 in exchange for being able to attend their meeting and take
So
some
the
photos.
PNC approached the Labor campaign asking for the funding, then they communicated that with you asking for advice. What
Yes.
was the advice?
I couldn't give them any advice because I wasn't aware of the program. So I said that I didn't know about the program, that I would speak to the local member of parliament and see if they knew about the program. And I wasn't able to actually give her any advice because it was something that I was unaware of and was unable to obtain any transparent information about during the election
Are
campaign.
you aware that this subsequently was aired in the Sydney Morning Herald? This
Yes.
email, how did that come about?
I had nothing to do with the conversation with the Sydney Morning Herald, so I couldn't tell you that.
Okay. So we have a situation here where prospective members of parliament, that is candidates for state members of parliament, are making commitments based on, if you elect our government, we will deliver you these projects, and the allegation is that that is a rort.
Whose allegation?
Well,
Mine?
in your evidence, you're basically saying that it doesn't, it's pork barrelling. Have you ever made promises as a candidate in your time as a local member, as a candidate?
Absolutely not to a particular
You made
project
no
that's
promises?
that specific. No,
No?
absolutely not.
No.
No.
So it's highly unusual that candidates would go around promising things for their electorate if their party gets into government.
I don't think it's unusual to promise the things that you would like to see done, but to make very specific grant funding promises with no program in place, I think is unusual.
Isn't it prudent to ask the electorate what they think would be suitable for them if you gain government? Isn't that part of the democratic process?
I don't believe that that's in line with what took place.
Right, okay. Got anything?
Thank you, Ms Shetty. I wondered, do the Greens get any costings for any of their policies?
I certainly didn't get any costings for anything within my own electorate. I can't speak more broadly. I'm a relatively new member of parliament about how that might operate. I don't know.
So costings aren't really a consideration for...
I wouldn't say that. That would be a very different
That's not the way-
interpretation of what I said.
If it may help, no other party is allowed to get costings other than the Liberal Member.
No, but you
parties.
can get your own
Carry on.
costings.
Well,
Could get
pay
your
a-
own...
pay
Oh,
a
right, with all
consultant
the
fee, I
lots of
suppose
money.
you
Sorry.
can.
Carry on.
Who's gonna do that?
Sorry,
Order.
is there anything else you need to say to me, Chair, before I
I'm just
continue my
clarifying that
legitimate
you knew
question?
what the answer was.
I'm asking that question because Mr Williams sat here earlier and talked about the importance of getting
Is there a
costings for making
question
promises.
to the witness, or
I'm-
is this just a
All
comment?
right. Order.
I'm responding to a comment by the Chair as to how that relates, and it relates directly to the evidence that Mr Williams gave
This is Michelle.
earlier. Thank you, Ms Shetty, for that. I appreciate your answer to that question. I'll hand over to my colleague.
And just back on this PNC thread, what do you know what the reason why that they subsequently withdrew? Like, they proactively approached the Labor campaign for money, then they seek your advice, then they withdraw.
I don't know that that's the right characterisation, that they
What is the right
proactively...
characterisation?
Well, they asked advice about where they might be able to get funding from. I think approaching them and actually asking them for money
No, I'm sorry.
is very
I'm sorry.
different.
Let's just clarify this because it's
Yeah,
important.
it is important.
In your evidence, and I think the questioning I had teased this out, you agreed that the PNC, who was at the time the president was this Zoe Flannery, proactively approached the Labor campaign asking for funding.
Perhaps I might have missed the context here.
Okay.
The Labor candidate hosted a public education forum with a Labor shadow minister, and it
Okay.
was under those circumstances that they asked whether there was a way to fund a public education related.
Okay, so in the context of the
Expenditure.
forum, they were approached.
Yes.
Then they sought your advice. You said you weren't able to give any advice.
That's
Is that your
correct.
evidence?
Yes, that's
and
right.
then they subsequently withdrew.
They'd never applied for anything in the first instance, so they had asked
Right.
the Labor candidate during this public education forum, I think near the end, how to fund public education projects because there was a lack of funding for these types of works. And after that conversation were proactively reached out to by the Labor campaign manager, who offered them $20,000 in return for 20 minutes, a 20-minute speech at the PNC meeting, and in return for a photo so that they could share that publicly and make this commitment.
And then
Order.
the PNC said no.
Order.
The
Time has
PNC
expired.
declined to give them that opportunity because they were concerned
it
that
ended
that
up in the
process was
media.
not
Yep.
did not have integrity.
Got it.
Yes.
Thanks.
Put on the PNC.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms Shetty, for appearing today. It was incredibly useful. To the extent there were questions taken on notice, which there were, and also if there are any supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch, but that does conclude this session. Thank you. We'll now be taking a lunch break and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Excellent. Welcome back. We now have our next set of witnesses. If I could ask each of you, starting from my left, to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. Alison Morgan, Executive Director of the Grant Program Office in the Premier's Department. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Simone Walker. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Corporate Services at the Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to commence by making a short opening statement?
No, I don't think so. No, we've made a submission.
Great.
Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We will get straight down to business then. Mr. Ray.
Thank you, and thank you both for appearing today and for your submission as well. Firstly, just wanted to ask who first approached you to project manage this scheme?
I think it's best if I hand that to Ms Morgan, who's been here
Sure.
since those early stages.
I was first approached by, from memory, the Julia Carland in the governance team in what was then DPC, now the Cabinet Office, at the time that Cabinet submission was being prepared around the program after the election.
And the Premier's office would have spoken to her about it first?
I'm imagining so.
Yeah. Do you, was it ever explained to you who invented the program?
Not in terms of individual people, no.
Or what the genesis of the scheme was?
Yes, I was advised in the meetings that were then set up with the Premier's office that the program had been designed as an election commitment by the Labor Party as part of their election. Yeah.
Sure. And did the Premier's Department have to, as part of that, did the Premier's Department ever have to talk to, like, Labor head office, for instance?
No, I certainly haven't.
Sure. But did they have to talk to individual candidates in Labor candidates at the election?
The only contact I've had with Labor candidates was later when we undertook the conflict of interest review process.
Yeah.
And we reached out to the 17 candidates that were involved in that process.
So the 17 that put forward the conflicts of interest, that was a self-declared process, was it? That they of the Labor candidates that had nominated projects, they had to determine whether they may have had a conflict, and if they did, they had to put forward a conflict of interest.
They had to complete an interest declaration form, which outlined what the interest was that they had with the nominated organisations, and they were then assessed by both a team within my group and our independent probity advisors. And we made a decision then around whether or not those conflicts or those interests represented a low, medium or a high probity risk.
But not all 93 Labor candidates put in a conflict of interest.
The Minister only asked us to review the interests in 17 electorates.
Right, okay. So 17 forms that came back essentially with the...
Yep.
But the ones that didn't put in, the remaining of the 93 that didn't put in a conflict of interest form, is that because they felt that they didn't have a conflict? Is that so? Well,
I didn't reach out to them and ask them for the form.
Right.
And I did not have any of them approach me.
Right. Was Riverston one of the 17 that put in a conflict of interest declaration?
No, it was not.
Okay. And of the other, so excluding the 17, how do we have confidence that there weren't conflicts with the ones that didn't put in a conflict of interest declaration?
Well, I can't answer that. You're talking about conflicts related to the nomination process.
Yes.
That all took place prior to them being elected, to the Labor Party being elected, prior to the department having any engagement or any involvement.
Okay. So let's just walk through
clarify?
that. Yeah.
So just to be clear, Ms Morgan, when you received the list of the commitments, The
Yes.
only involvement with your agency was post the election, so there's no visibility, I suppose, from your end whether any conflict of interest was done prior to that, because that doesn't start until post-election.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
And so do you know why only 17 electorates were chosen as part of the conflict of interest
So the
process?
advice I was given by the Minister
Yeah.
was that he asked us to review those 17 electorates because either a question about a conflict had arisen, either publicly or in the Parliament or possibly to him, I'm not sure, but there was a question around a potential conflict. And he also asked us to include those electorates where the candidate had sat, was a part of the local council, was a councillor, and the local council had been nominated to receive some funds.
Okay, so let's just walk through the process during where you kicked in versus what was before the department taking over the process. So before you taking over, it was individual candidates and Labor candidates and Labor MPs that could nominate projects. That doesn't fit with you at all. That was pre the department coming in. Then after the election, at some point, a decision was made to hand not the nomination process, but essentially the probity process to the Premier's department, which you've used an independent probity officer or officers.
Yeah, the probity and the assessment.
Probity and assessment, yeah. So I suppose the list of election commitments that was determined during the election campaign was essentially given to the department.
Yes?
So you knew what you're working with, what the projects were in each.
Yes.
What who gave you that list?
It came from the Premier's office.
Right.
It came to us in July.
Who in the Premier's office?
It came to me from Cherie Burton.
Right, okay. Thank you. And it was, so, and just to clarify, it was only, your understanding is it was only Labor MPs and candidates. So it wasn't, for instance, if in a particular electorate, if a Liberal or National or a Green, for instance, got elected in that particular seat, they weren't able to nominate projects. It was only the Labor candidate in that particular electorate that could nominate a project. That's where the election commitments came from.
Well, that was my understanding, but I did not interrogate that in any depth because it all happened before the election and prior to them becoming the government.
Did any anyone in your department ever raise any concerns about the process, the nomination process?
I didn't. I can't speak for anybody else.
And just to go back, I just sort of touched on it, but were you aware of any candidate or member of parliament that didn't put in a conflict of interest declaration but should have?
Well, the 17 that I was asked to review all provided me with the declaration. I can't speak about any other declaration or conflict processes.
Sure.
Can I ask, just on that, did you ever give advice to the Minister that it might be useful to have those declaration processes for all 93 seats?
I did not give that specific advice to the Minister. We did flag for the Minister that we could do that if he wanted us to, but it would hold up the process of the grants administration, of assessment.
And when you flagged that was a possibility, what was the response from the Minister or his office?
So the response from the Minister was that it wasn't necessary. We had 17 electorates where there were some raised questions around conflicts of interest, and would we please also have a look at the electorates where candidates also sat on the council and had nominated council projects.
No, you keep going.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, in terms of, and I appreciate your point about sort of the assessment process happening now. My understanding is that there are some projects that were announced but have not been approved because they either didn't meet the criteria or that conflict was deemed sort of too high a risk. How many projects have not been approved that were commitments?
Right, I'll give you that figure, just one moment, please. I have a list of 76 projects will not proceed.
Okay. And were they all flagged through those 17 conflict of
No,
interest
there's
processes?
a whole raft of reasons why projects will not proceed.
Okay. And in the 17 conflict of interest declarations, those electorates, how many of those projects were found to be too high risk and then knocked back?
2.
So only 2 from
2.
17. Okay.
And in terms of how the nomination process fits in later with the assessment and probity process. So you were given the list of election commitments, of projects. Did you then need to? I assume you needed to in some way chase up contact details for the candidates that made the commitments, and or the individual community groups that were supposed to, that were scheduled to potentially receive the funding. Is that right?
We didn't make any contact with the candidates.
Okay.
That wasn't necessary. We only needed the list of nominated projects, the organisations, and a contact detail for those organisations. And that was provided to us generally. There were some gaps, but generally that was provided to us on the master list that we received from the Premier's office in late July.
Yeah.
So that was the information we need. We then worked directly with the organisations.
Right. And were each of the community groups or community organisations that you were in contact with, were they all well aware of the process and why they had been nominated or scheduled for funding?
There was a variety of levels of understanding. There's a very broad spectrum of organisations that were nominated. Some of them are quite small volunteer groups. There were some questions around the scope of some of the projects. There were some projects that had already been completed by the time we got to the organisations. So there were some questions backwards and forwards. So there was it's very difficult to make any kind of general statement around that.
Sure. I just want to, and this, as you probably would appreciate through the documents we've received from the SO52, that, and I'm happy to table this for all members, even though it's in the public documents, but I just want to read something that you've written and asked for maybe a bit more context or explanation. So this was in an email to David Meehan. So he's been involved in this program as well.
David was the Parliamentary Secretary supporting the Treasurer.
Yeah.
And because this program is funded from the Community Services and Facilities Fund, the Treasurer ultimately had delegation.
Right.
So David was assisting from that perspective.
Right. Basically in the email, I'll provide you a copy now, but you've just said that you've spoken with all of the community organisations. And then there's just one line here, or 2 lines. You've said, we do think there are some organisations that will not manage to lodge an application at all, regardless of the timeline. And then you say, some are not interested and don't understand what/why they were nominated. Should I table that, Chair? It might be best. I was just wondering, what's the what were the problems behind that, or could you explain that in more detail? Like, why were some of these community groups, they clearly didn't even know that they'd been nominated for funding in your contact with them?
Look, again, I'm generalising across a number of them. I might start that by saying that all projects that were nominated have either been formally withdrawn or have now been lodged. So we were able to resolve all of those projects one way or the other. But at the time, we certainly had some where either the office holders of volunteer organisations had moved on, they had new office holders. As I said, some of them, they had projects they'd found alternate sources of funding. There's a very wide variety of circumstances around the over 600 projects that we were dealing with, around why some of them might have had difficulty either deciding to go ahead and apply for the grant, Some organisations did not understand that they would need to fill in an application form, that it would need to be assessed. So there was a spectrum of questions that came in from those organisations, without a doubt.
And did some just not have any idea at all that they were nominated for the funding?
I think it's fair to say that we may have spoken to some individuals who didn't know,
Yeah.
but in most cases they were then able to go back to their organisation and find out who had spoken to a candidate, who, what was the background to it. So,
If we could just turn to Newcastle. So again, in the public documents, there's the "What were you wearing, Australia?"
Yes.
And the email that came in to the department basically was saying that they feel as if they were falsely used to get Mr. Crackenthorpe into Parliament. Once you received that email from this particular organisation, what was the process after then in the department? Was it flagged? Was it escalated? Was it looked at in more detail? This is a pretty serious, serious allegation from this particular community group.
well, the main purpose for the exchange of emails with that organisation was to try to assist them to be able to provide sufficient documentation to show us that they were eligible to apply. So we had backwards and forwards with the organisation over a couple of months, seeking ABN numbers, bank account numbers, constitutions, some kind of evidence that they were registered as a not-for-profit organisation. There'd been a number of phone calls, trying to work through with them the sorts of documents that would be sufficient for us. They weren't able to provide any of those. So I would have to say that our focus was on, can we get them to a point where we believe that we can accept an application and assess it for them. We weren't able to do that. So that was the focus for us of those emails, and that was the only actions that I took, was around trying to get them to a point where they could have been assessed as eligible.
So it didn't trigger an escalation to the probity assessors, for instance, the comments that they made in the email?
Well, the comments were to do with the nomination process,
Yeah.
which wasn't a process that we'd had anything to do with managing or directing or an involvement in.
But so it'd be more for the minister or the minister's office or the premier or premier's office to determine if any further action should have been taken in that. Do you know if it was raised with them?
I don't know whether the nominated organisation raised it with them or not. I
Right.
didn't.
Okay, sure. Do you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask in terms of the eligibility criteria. Earlier, Ms Morgan, you said that it was an election commitment from the Labor Party and their candidates. So does the criteria make it clear that these were projects that needed to be announced prior to the election and in the public arena, that they would be a commitment of an incoming government?
So the election, allow me to open up the guidelines so I can be accurate. So the eligibility requirements are outlined in section 3 of the guidelines. And so it says that it must be a nominated organisation invited to submit a project, identified as an election commitment prior to the 25th of March 2023.
Okay, so when you say identified as an election commitment in some public way, a social media post, a press
in the
release.
list that was provided to us by the Premier's office.
Right. And then in terms of if the full $400,000 hadn't been allocated, the money then going to a council, was that a decision that was made pre or post-election in your knowledge?
To my knowledge, it was made pre-election.
Okay.
Because in the very early discussions as we were developing the guidelines, because the guidelines document was not written and produced until, of course, after they were elected.
Okay.
In those conversations, they had said to us that was the plan, where there'd either been no Labor candidate or there had been some projects nominated, but they did not take up the whole 400,000. So any what we called residual funds, any funds that were left in an electorate, were then to be provided to local councils for playground and park upgrades.
Okay, so I want to draw a specific example to your attention, an allocation that was made in the seat of Barwon. One of the commitments, it says, New South Wales Labor to deliver up to 520,000 or maybe that figure's incorrect, sorry, but to deliver to Flourish Australia to support upgrades for their free laundry service for homeless people within the community. In the document that we have that came through the call for papers, it says that person was notified on the 26th of July 2023. So how could a group be told post-election that they were getting that money if it was required to be an election commitment to be eligible?
Well, they were told by us. So after we received the list of all nominated organisations, we then created an application form for every one of those projects within our grants administration system.
Right.
And so we then reached out to each of those organisations to say, you know, we've been advised you've been nominated as part of the election program. Here are the guidelines for here's the application process. We need a contact name and an email address so we can set you up as a user in the system so you can lodge your application. So we certainly reached out to every one of those organisations in order to make contact and get the right details we needed for our administrative processes to then commence.
Okay, so with that particular example, it was $20,000. Sorry, I'm misreading my own notes. So can you confirm, and I'm happy for you to take it on notice, that that was publicly announced prior to the election?
Oh, no, I can't. That was before they were elected, before we had any involvement or engagement in the program.
But isn't that part of the eligibility criteria to check that they were announced as election commitments?
The source of truth for us for the eligibility assessment was the list that was provided by the Premier's office on the 28th of July.
That came from Cherie Burton?
Yes.
Thank you.
So,
sounds like we might need to call Cherie Burton.
Yeah, so just on that, if I can just pick up on that line of questioning, is that standard then for, I mean, when we look at these eligibility, what is an eligible project under 3.2 of the guidelines, there's a bunch of things in there that presumably you do check, like you being told, whether or not they have public liability insurance, whether the project can be delivered within 2 years. Were they things that you were responsible for checking?
Yes.
But when it came to the checking it had been nominated as an election commitment, why were you permitted to just look at the list that had been given to you from the Premier's office and not required to go beyond that to verify the accuracy of the list?
Well, to my knowledge, government departments are not normally involved with political parties around the way they frame election commitments.
But right here it says an eligible project must have been nominated as an election commitment prior to the March 2023 election. You were put in place to, this whole process was put in place to put some sort of probity around where this money was going. At what point or under what authority was it decided to not actually investigate that part of the eligibility guidelines and instead just to take the Premier's word for it?
Well, we relied on advice from the Premier as the head of the government that was the election commitments they had made.
Why did the guidelines then, did you draft the guidelines?
Well, a part of them, yes,
Yeah.
certainly, yes.
So why does the guideline not say instead then must be on the list provided to us from the Premier as being an election commitment made prior to the March 2023 election, which you could then easily verify by saying, well, here's the list. What we have here instead is a guideline that says very clearly that the commitment needed to have been made before the election.
I can't answer why we didn't use that exact wording, but for us it was we were reliant on the government to advise us about what their election commitments had been, and so for us that was the list that came in on the 28th of July.
Why? Yeah, to be honest, I find it interesting to have. Obviously, we've had other grant schemes, and we've got a lot of documents out of SO52s where we've looked at the process for grant schemes and how you meet each one of those eligibility criteria. Even just a provision of here's the email that I sent the organisation during the election would be an easy way to sort of tick off this criteria. But instead, a decision was made not to apply any probity around that aspect of the eligibility guidelines.
Well, it was something that had been undertaken prior to the department being involved, prior to them being elected. So we did not go back to review the activity undertaken by a political party prior to the election.
And I understand that, but when you look at the eligibility guidelines, it would imply to the average person that there had been some probity around whether or not those election commitments were actually made during that time.
Well, I have no opinion on that.
In hindsight, looking at this, do you think that that was an adequate way to proceed based on there is an eligible project guideline here that you can't now say has actually been met in relation to any of those commitments?
Well, the advice that we received from the government was that these were their election commitments. So that is how we proceeded.
I understand
Thank
that. Okay. Well, we will ask other questions of other people then as to how that has impacted then on the veracity of the process. So that list that came to you in July, did you ever get a subsequent list?
We did not get a subsequent list, but we did get a number of corrections to the list over some time.
And those corrections, did they come with an explanation that they were also election commitments prior to the March election?
Well, certainly that was our understanding, was that that all the corrections to the list were also a part of the election commitments.
In the electorate of Sydney,
Yes.
were there any changes proposed in relation to that list of nominated projects between the list you got in July?
Yes, there were.
There were. Was there an explanation for why those projects had changed?
Well, the advice we were given was that they were incorrectly entered into the sheet, and here were the corrections.
Well, that's very interesting. Thank you. Are you, to your knowledge, are you aware of whether those Sydney electorate nominated projects were announced during the election?
I didn't interrogate whether any electorates had their election commitments announced prior to the election, as I've already outlined for you. I had the list from the Premier's office. When I received some kind of advice from the Premier's office that there was a correction to it, in some cases the Premier's office initiated those corrections. In some cases we went back to seek clarification following a question from a nominated organisation. So in the electorate of Sydney we were advised that there were some changes.
Can you tell us what the changes were?
Yes, I can. I have a list of them here. So there were a number of them. There were most of them were funding alterations. So the original commitment to the City of Sydney, as provided to us on the 28th of July, had said that $400,000, Labor will deliver up to $400,000 homelessness, housing and homelessness support organisations within the Sydney electorate towards providing essential services to some of our most vulnerable. The commitment comprises $50,000 each to Shelter New South Wales, Homeless New South Wales, Matthew Talbot Hospital, St Vincent's de Paul, St Patrick's Churchill, Wayside Chapel and Kinesis Kitchen, and $100,000 to Will to Live. So they then came back and advised us that there were some changes to the organisations to receive funding and to the amount of money to receive funding.
And what were the new organisations that were receiving funding?
So St Patrick's Church Hill for homelessness work. The correction was, let me just double check that I can read this correctly. The allocated expenditure was increased to $50,000. Wayside Chapel, the funding was reduced to $50,000 from the original $100,000. Kinesis Kitchen was reduced down to $25,000. Will to Live, their funding was increased to $100,000.
So because you said 100,000 before to Will to Live. So can you just clarify which of these organisations were new on the amended list?
Let me have a look. Who were new? No LSCA funding for that one. No LSCA. Rough edges and street level. If I'm reading I can take on notice and provide a detailed list.
Thank you. If
for
you
of
could,
the
and
changes to
who dropped off, that would be very useful. Thank you. Okay. In relation to the projects in Rockdale, the original document that I received in relation to the nominated projects had 400,000 being already allocated for Rockdale, but now I see that there's a the residual amount that was then distributed to councils now includes 76,000 from that Rockdale amount.
Right.
Is that because there was a project on the original Rockdale list that failed to meet the guidelines? Do you know?
Let me see if I can tell you that. So, sorry, just find the right list here. We have a lot of projects that we are managing. So you're asking, were any of the nominated projects did not proceed in Rockdale,
Yeah.
is what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, just let me check. Final list, number 9. In the Rockdale electorate.
Just while you're finding that, if I could ask you, Ms. Walker, do you have any knowledge of why the Sydney projects were changed? Is that something that, from a sort of, from your level, was there any kind of oversight of this process from your level? Do you have any sort of extra insight that you can give us into the nominated list?
No additional information for that, and I wasn't in this role during that period of time, but there's a fairly standardised process of updating and correcting, and I think that's what Ms Morgan has just outlined, so that the master list was the source of truth that we could consistently go back to, and that's why there were points of clarification as well from both sides.
Okay, if you could just on notice tell us the dates that new lists were provided.
Sure. Yep.
And what the changes were on each of those dates, that would be really useful. If you're able to provide us with the original list as well, that would be interesting.
Yeah, I think there was a sort of a time frame between 2 points where there were corrections made, so we can give you those.
That would be very useful. Thank you.
So I'm just double checking what's come out of the Rockdale electorate. Here we are. So we had a project that had been nominated to Bayside Council. The trial of anti-hoon noise cameras in Rockdale.
Was that around $76,000?
It was 80, yes, $80,000.
Okay, thank you. That does explain.
So the project is being delivered by New South Wales Environment Protection Authority.
Yes.
So that funding came back into what we called residual funds and has then been allocated to the council for parks and playgrounds.
Thank you. Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for your appearance today. I wanted to take you to 2 other questions away from process and individual grants, and they are questions of overall cost and also the ethics of what you're doing. On the cost matter, is it possible to provide the committee with some detail about the number of staff that have been involved in the administration of this program, the staff hours that have been involved, the cost of devising probity and guidelines, any use of consultants, and also will there be an evaluation process internally about the cost effectiveness of this rather unique scheme?
Yes, certainly, and I can take on notice to provide you with a quite detailed budget of expenditure to date for the program. But we've had 3 staff working full-time on this program since it started.
That's in July 2023?
Yes. Well, earlier than that, since June.
Since June 2023,
when we started
3 staff full-time?
Yep. We've also used some of our internal expertise around governance, as you say, and we have an evaluation expert within the team, so some of their time's been used on this as well. So I'm happy to take on notice and provide a budget for you around how much the administrative costs for this program have been, certainly.
What is that approximately so far?
I didn't bring that information with me.
Well, if you can take it on notice to be accurate, because I put to you a general proposition that this is a uniquely political and partisan program. Only ALP candidates have been able to be involved in the identification of the spending of public money, and because of the obvious impropriety of that, it's been incumbent upon the public service to spend a huge amount of time, resources and money in putting together probity and guidelines and other safeguards to ensure that there's some degree of proper process around this unique scheme. Is that what you found?
Well, there certainly are costs associated with making sure grant programs are administered properly and in line with the Grants Administration Guide.
But this is a non-competitive program devised by Labor Party people only out there before the last election trying to be elected to Parliament. So by its nature, it has an element that surely has required stronger probity and safeguards to make sure that there's some decency here in the expenditure of public money. Has that been your experience?
Well, we've certainly run the program from the time in which we were involved, so that was post the nomination process, in accordance with the Grants Administration Guide, the same as we would any other program. There are certainly other non-competitive programs. That's not particularly unusual. It happens under some circumstances. But yes, there are definitely costs associated with running a program that way. We've undertaken a solid and robust assessment process for every one of these individual projects, certainly to make sure that they represent value for money for the taxpayer as individual projects.
Right. And have you faced unique challenges in trying to establish what was promised prior to the last election, who it was promised to? The purpose of the promise, is the group a legitimate organisation to receive funding? Is this just some attempt to buy off an ethnic group for votes? Does that fit the guidelines? Haven't you had a nightmarish experience in trying to work through all of that to establish some decent use of public money?
I certainly wouldn't say that. We had a list of nominated organisations. Some of those organisations have less internal capability than others. That again is not unusual for us. We manage some other grant programs that work with often very small community organisations who need quite a lot of hand-holding. So we were able to assist them with that. The way we do that looks very different, obviously, between a competitive and a non-competitive program. But in this case, we were able to reach out to organisations that didn't have a lot of internal capability to help them with the application process. But from our point of view, it was, the post-nomination, we have a list of projects that have to be assessed. We followed our normal procedures.
Right, and how many part-time staff have been involved in addition to the 3 full-time?
Well, one of those was 4 days a week for a while. I also have, as I said, some subject matter experts, and including management myself, where we're partially funding my role against that grant program.
Right, so you're not in the 3 full-time staff, you're on top of that as a manager?
I'm on top of that as a manager. Some hours from my governance associate director is included in that. Some hours from my monitoring and evaluation associate director are included in that as well.
Right, if we can get on notice a full list
we will
of
definitely.
all these different people who've been involved. And Ms Morgan, in the hierarchy of the Premier's Department, who do you answer to?
I answer to Simone.
Right, and why is this regarded as a corporate service?
Because when I came into the role, I took over the team, Ms Morgan's team, who looks after the grants administration process, which has everything from the Western Sydney infrastructure grants, community-based program grants, so that in a way it sits comfortably in corporate services because it's a fairly structured process, and that's what we do well.
But who are you serving?
Serving the government of the day, always.
Right, but given this is a elect the Labor Party grants program, you're servicing the Labor Party, aren't you?
I think, as Ms Morgan's really outlined well, our involvement began post-election, as it always would. Our jurisdiction doesn't allow us to do anything pre, and I feel really confident about the rigour of the process that was brought in, which is what we hold ourselves to account to and what we should be held to account for.
It seems to me you're doing the best anyone could to add rigour to this unique scheme. And in the hierarchy, who do you answer to, Ms Walker?
Simon Draper.
Simon Draper, right.
Yes.
Could I ask both the witnesses, has there been any disquiet about jeopardising the independence of the public service in an elect the Labor Party grants program administration?
Look, I think, as we've both described, we are very confident and proud of the work that we do as public servants to bring, as I said, rigour and transparency. Tens of thousands of documents have gone into the public record, and that's our role and responsibility, and we do that for the government of the day.
But ethically, do you feel like the long-standing principles of an independent public service have been jeopardised by the Premier and Mr Draper asking you to administer and elect the Labor Party grants program?
Well, I don't accept the premise of the question that it's as you would describe it. What I see us doing is following through on administering through well-developed guidelines and the grants administration guidelines the work that we would do for any elected party.
But do you feel like it's compromised the independence of the
I don't think
public
it's compromised the
servants working on it?
independence of the public service.
And if
no.
you question my depiction of it, how would you depict a program devised by the Labor Party in an election campaign environment solely available to Labor Party candidates to be administered only if Labor got into government? How would you depict it?
I think we're really clear these are election commitments, and for any government that was elected, there are election commitments that the public service follows through on.
Really?
Are you aware of the Code of Ethics directive by the Public Service Commissioner in 2022 to say you should only provide apolitical and non-partisan advice?
I am aware of yes, absolutely, and that's what we live and work by.
Right. Has there been any questioning of whether or not public servants should be involved in this scheme, given that you're in liaison with the caucus liaison unit, which is there for the re-election? I think it's a terrible waste of public sector money to have 4 people working on the re-election of a Labor government when that's a Labor Party expense that should be met privately. But has there been a concern about working hand in glove with them in the administration of this scheme, given their political role?
We're very clear about the separation. We absolutely take the opportunity to make sure that we get great outcomes for the people of New South Wales by following through on these processes.
What is the separation?
We are the public service, as you've specified, and we sit separately to the government of the day.
Right. You know that Cherie Burton, who heads the caucus liaison unit, is Chris Minns' campaign director, and her sole role is to get Labor re-elected.
I'm actually not aware or engaged in any of that.
You genuinely believe you're still providing an apolitical and non-partisan role?
I strongly believe that we're providing a non-political
Nobody
role.
at any point has said, look, this is so blatantly political and so blatantly wrong ethically, we should not be involved?
We are absolutely working from the guidelines.
No, my question is, has anyone ever raised this and expressed that concern in the administration of this program?
And I'll just go back to my point, is the fact that we are working through a process that is actually really well defined, that applies to just about every grants process I've ever been involved with across my public service career. I am very confident that we are clear about our roles and our responsibilities.
That's not the question I've asked. I've asked in the discussion internally about the administration of this scheme, has it been raised that this is so blatantly political and so blatantly wrong?
No,
Mr. Draper hasn't raised any concerns as the head of the Premier's
He hasn't
Department?
raised anything directly with me.
No, well, he wouldn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in the last 12 seconds, can I ask, I understand there's been 34 tranches of this particular grants program. Is that normal?
Yes, it depends on how many applications. You know, we've had over 600, we had over 500 and something nominated projects, plus then the residual funds were offered to all those councils to do playground and park upgrades. So every single one of those has to be assessed as a separate project. So we, rather than sending them all up to the minister in one great big, we've sent them up in tranches so that we could spread out the administrative load. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Walker, I just might pick up on some of your evidence from the previous line of questioning, and I just want to tease this out because it's interesting analogy, I suppose. Given your experience, so under previous governments, what was your impression of the qualitative difference between a candidate or a local member requesting a project during the course of an election campaign, and then the subsequent government putting in an administrative process to carry out that promise? What's different in your view with this particular scheme to what would happen in the course of any previous election?
Look, I haven't seen any remarkable differences from the fact that what has come out of this election commitment is actually a program of one-off grants. Often election commitments have a whole range of activities that the public service engages in to meet those election commitments because they're working for the government of the day. So other grants processes may be recurrent grants where we're working and they're well established and they exist regardless of who is in power. They're the most regular grants that we would deal with.
Yeah, so it's highly unremarkable, isn't it, that a political party would go to the electorate and say, if we get elected to government, we will deliver you XYZ project, or you'll get this funding, and we will get the public service to administer it and make sure it ticks off all the probity boxes. That's like fast-breaking news, right?
Look, I think there's some standard procedures in that, but again, the only bit that really, where our work and role comes in, we actually stay as far away from that nomination process, or what you've described as possible, and our work comes to the fore in making sure that these things are administered well.
Can I just follow up on that? So that means during any election and any promise that is given by any candidate from any party, that's never your domain.
No.
It's always after the election. Yep. It's then when those promises for the party that becomes government, it's then you get involved with the appropriate probity, the appropriate criteria, the appropriate selection, and then delivery of that.
I think it's fair to say every public servant I know is very careful about anything in that pre-election period, and we're in caretaker mode as well. So the role and the nature of our role changes during that period of time. But yes, we don't act until we are directed by the government.
And that's every election?
Every election I've been involved in.
So can I just clarify then, is it the case then, what you're suggesting, is that previous governments, when governments have changed, during the election period have actually made undertakings? And you're then, after the election, public servants are asked by the new government to implement, according to all of your profiles and protocols, those undertakings. So this is not a new...
I think if you're describing an undertaking as an election commitment, yes, we monitor and track election commitments as we would for any government.
So this has occurred before? That when governments change?
All governments make election commitments and we follow through as a public service.
My goodness. Okay, thank you.
Have you thought about billing the Labor Party for the costs?
Can I just, Chair?
All right, order.
Administering their scheme?
Chair.
Order.
Or the Liberal Party, or the
Order.
National...
Who's involved in this scheme, mate?
Order.
It's yours.
Can I
It's
just
outrageous.
want to sort of tease out this process whereby the MPs were mystified by, some MPs we've heard on evidence this morning were mystified by the process, lack of transparency, didn't know what it was all about. I just want to tease out some of the communications in that respect. Is it true that all MPs were contacted regardless of their political persuasion after the fact in terms of the projects that were being delivered?
I'll just ask Ms Morgan to look at that as she was...
When the guidelines were approved, they were provided to all local MPs so that they knew how the program was going to work. And in some cases we knew that community organisations who'd been nominated had approached MPs' offices for some support and assistance with their application. That's not unusual. So we certainly advised all MPs around the process. The guidelines and everything were also made publicly available on the website. So we had some contact with all local MPs.
And did you hear back from MPs Williams or Shetty regarding any clarification on that correspondence?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Could you please? Yeah.
I mean, we have tabled every email and document that we have around this program, so it's quite likely it's in the thousands of documents we've tabled, but I will take on notice to see whether I can bring up any contact with that. It's quite possible someone in the team might well have. Sometimes electoral office staff will make inquiries of us on behalf of a community organisation to try to clarify things, so that's not at all unusual.
And in terms of the content of, I understand there was that residual sort of piece where the leftover of the 400 was allocated to councils for parks and playgrounds. I think there was an explicit reference in the correspondence that council is expected to work with the local MP to identify the projects. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Special Minister of State had specifically asked us to make sure that was included in the process, in recognition of the role of local MPs understanding the needs of the community. So they wanted all local MPs, where there were these residual funds that councils had been offered, to participate in the process of prioritising which playgrounds and parks would be upgraded.
And are you aware of any feedback or correspondence to the effect that councils didn't do that?
No, not that I'm aware of. They were asked in the application process on our online system, they were asked to put in the dates that they'd spoken with the local MP. So it hasn't come to our attention that that was a significantly difficult problem or created any problems.
Now, in terms of this list of nominated projects, and I think it was the Chair's line of questioning regarding the checking the veracity of the list in terms of whether or not there'd be election promises, would it be fair to say that your view was that if the Premier's Department are telling us that this was an election commitment, because they would know, given that they were the party campaigning for election, then we'll take it at face value that they're telling the truth? I mean, I think, to be fair, the line of questioning was you shouldn't have believed them because they're liars and check
so
it.
point of order, Chair.
Well,
I'm sorry, like the word liars was not used and no one said you shouldn't have believed them. We were asking questions
I didn't say
about,
it was used. I was characterising it
well,
as a...
don't use the word
Okay,
liar
all
is
right.
unparliamentary.
Okay.
We're allowed to ask probity questions about
Yeah.
it. That's what we did.
Well,
so.
then
Just,
I'm allowed to
in
use whatever words I want.
Well, the word
in
liar
relation to the point of order, this is the Public Accountability and Works Committee. We will hold people to account. That is the purpose here. No one ever said anything about lies. We talked about accountability.
So just to clarify again, because I think your evidence was quite clear, as a proxy for the veracity of correlating an election promise with the list, you took it at face value that the Premier's Department was telling the truth, correct?
That the Premier's office
Yep.
were telling us that this was the list of election commitments that had been made by their candidates.
Thanks.
Could I ask a question, just going back a bit and perhaps just get a bit more explanation? I think, Ms Morgan, that you were talking about, the broader role that you play, and you spoke about there being competitive and non-competitive grants processes. And I just thought if you could speak a bit more about that. So, because I think part of the suggestion might be that it's very unusual to have non-competitive funding awarded.
Well, there certainly are circumstances where a grant program, and the Grant Administration Guide makes provision for this, where you might have an agreement that a cabinet or a ministerial portfolio may decide that they've got a particular amount of money that they want to target at something very specific. And so it may be that it's only available to sporting clubs to upgrade toilet facilities, or it may be only available to do some kind of an intervention in a particular small local community around an event. So it's not always appropriate to open up to complete open competition every single grant program. What's most important, though, is to be clear around what's the purpose that the grant program is supposed to be achieving, and then design the program so that you achieve those outcomes for the community.
Thank you.
Could you just outline some of the criteria that you had to tick off on in terms of the promise and the allocation meeting the criteria that was necessary? Like, it wasn't, I mean, some of the evidence we've heard today in the questioning implies that it was just, here's the money, do what you want with it. But there were quite strict criteria around the approvals, wasn't there?
The three assessors, how that process actually worked.
Yes, certainly. So the project itself was defined, and that was given to us in the list. So we released a form electronically in the online system. The organisation was then asked to go in and fill in an application form. Now, we had a number of criteria that they had to address, and they had to provide supporting material. So we made it clear that we would assess it against three main criteria. The project will enhance the well-being and deliver benefits to the local community. So there was one section of the form where the organisation was asked to explain to us how they would do that. The project's an efficient, effective, economical and ethical use of money that delivers value for money. So again, there was a form there with some prompt questions around how they would tell us that, including a requirement they give us budgets and that sort of information. And the project can be delivered by the organisation. So we were asking for information around had they done these sorts of projects before and what was their internal capability. Once we'd received that application, it was then sent to two assessors who are contracted from outside the department. They're ex-public servants. They then made an assessment. If there was a significant variation in their scoring, we held what we called a moderation session where we brought them together with a probity advisor to explore why one of them had interpreted something one way and one another way. Once the scoring was then agreed, we wrote a report on that project outlining scoring and the reasons for the way it was going to be scored. I then reviewed every one of those, most of those. There was one where I had a conflict of interest. I was removed from the process entirely. And I then made a decision as to whether or not I would recommend it to the Minister for approval or not. And so that's what was then written up in those briefs, the 35 that the Chair referred to. Those briefs were then sent to the Minister for approval.
And in terms of this, some of the subject matter that's been traversed today with regard to this Sydney Morning Herald article on the Newcastle one, are you able to walk us through why that was ultimately deemed ineligible? Because the claim is that, you know, you promised us you were going to give us this, we got you elected to Parliament, then you withdrew the money. But I just want to sort of give it a bit of a reality check in terms of the probity. I'm sorry, Chair, am I questioning, or is this their time now?
Did you want to raise a point of order about...
No, sorry, I was just making a comment.
Okay, well,
well,
raise a point of order if you've got one.
No, sorry.
So the question is, can you walk us through the requirements and the probity processes that led to this application ultimately being rejected?
They couldn't meet the requirement to show us that they were a not-for-profit organisation, and there's a number of ways that an organisation could do that, and so they were unable to provide us with evidence that that was their status. So that's why they were deemed as ineligible. Therefore, they didn't lodge an application, and therefore it was not assessed.
And there was a process for explaining that rejection?
Yes, there was multiple phone calls, a number of emails, which culminated in the final email I sent, which I understand is the one that was in the Herald.
Okay, thanks.
After they took the campaign.
Further questions?
Can I just confirm that in terms of the assessment process, is it the case that any ministers, local members of Parliament or their staff were involved in that process at all? No.
No ministers, members of Parliament or any of their staff were involved at all. And that the arrangements for that were set up front right at the beginning of the grant program.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Could I ask just a point of clarification? When you said before about the list from Sherry Burton coming to you in July, sorry, can you tell me again what the exact date was? Did you say?
28th.
28th of July. Thank you. So that was after, we heard from Kobe Shetty earlier, and she said that she'd received an email asking for contact details. That was on the 13th of July. So is your understanding that was to then inform the details
list.
On the list?
Yes.
Right.
So the Premier's office, I understand, went through a process of, because we had said to them, we can't start to process these until we know who the contact person is for each of these organisations.
Yeah.
So they had, and I didn't have any staff stood up at that stage, so they undertook to reach out to all of these organisations as they were their election commitments and get the contact details and include them in the list. So hence it was July, elected in April, it was July when we got the final list.
Okay, so that was after. So your understanding is that all of those MPs would have been contacted before that list was.
Well, all I know is that we required a contact detail for every organisation.
Right.
So how the Premier's office went about obtaining that, whether it was through candidates, local members, I don't know. But we had said to them, well, they're your election commitments. We need you to tell us who the nominated organisation is and who their contact details are.
And we heard from Mr Williams that he hadn't been contacted at all, presumably because no one needed any details in relation
quite
to...
possibly.
So, okay, all right, I understand. So it's not your understanding that every single local MP was contacted in relation to that process of then finalising those details?
That's not my understanding, but we didn't undertake that process.
All right, thank you. Just clarifying. Did anyone else want to pick up on some more questions?
Can I I'll just ask one. I think earlier, Ms Morgan, you said that there were two projects that were deemed unsuitable or not to go ahead through that conflict of interest. Can you just tell us what those two are and the reasons why they were knocked back?
I can. So the two that didn't, you mean because of the conflict of interest question? Yeah. So the two that came out with a very high conflict of interest, one of them was in Drummoyne. This was to deliver Drummoyne Community Centre, transformation of the centre's corridors into a permanent art gallery. because the candidate also, both the candidate and a family member of the candidate were active in the governance structure of the organisation, and therefore that came out as a high probity risk. So the project was recommended to not be approved because of that. And then the other one was, I think, in your patch of the woods, which was in Gunnedah, the Gunnedah Urban Land Care Group, up to $100,000 to partner with the Gunnedah Urban Land Care Group to research and for the koala preservation. And again, because the candidate who had nominated it had been the council's nominated rep on the governance board of that organisation, unfortunately the project I had to recommend that it not be approved because of the probity risk.
Okay, thank you. Do you want...
Can I just ask one more in there? So, just thinking about, you were saying before, I believe it was you saying, sorry, and tell me if I'm misremembering, that there were some applicants some people who didn't make an application because they didn't necessarily know that they were, was that part of your evidence, that there were some people who were contacted who didn't know that they had been...
We did have one or two people we spoke to who had said, oh, what's this about? We're not quite sure.
Yes.
In most cases, they then went back to other members of their board or their group or their organisation to find out who'd had conversations around this and how had they been nominated.
And were there any that just had no idea, that after all of that still had no idea that they'd been
I don't think so.
nominated?
I think most of them were able to find someone who had understood, what the process had been. I mean, I personally didn't speak with most of them. My staff did that, but we certainly, we ended up with a number of projects that did not proceed. 76 projects did not proceed for a variety of reasons. And so there may have been one or two in there where an organisation either didn't want, all sorts of reasons why they did not want to go ahead.
Yeah. Given that election commitments are supposed to be public, and again, one of the criteria for this program was that it had to have been an election commitment before the election. Did that not raise any red flags to you that maybe that aspect of the guidelines needed to go beyond the list that had been provided by the Premier's office?
The nomination process was completed by the time we were handed the program and asked to develop it. So our guidelines did not go into how they'd nominated them. The source of truth for us was the list that was provided by the Premier's office.
Which again begs that question of why it was written like that in 3.2 then.
Well, it seemed to make sense to us, and it hasn't raised an issue, that wording. We've made it clear that the list of election commitments is the one provided to us by the government after they were elected.
What role throughout this entire process has the caucus liaison officers had?
We've spoken with a number of staff in the Premier's office over the whole time since the program started. I don't know exactly which positions they hold within the Premier's office. Some of the staff we've spoken to are no longer there. There's a lot of queries come in around all sorts of grants programs, so some of them go to the Premier's office sometimes. They're generally just referred to us to manage.
They're in your correspondence. There seems to be 4 caucus liaison officers. Sheree Burton's the director. There's Matthew Yemmer.
He was there for a while, yes.
He's there for a while.
Yes, there's a number of them.
There's Paul Mills and
Paul
someone,
Mills,
I think,
staff
Scott
move
Callow,
around,
so-
yes. Yeah.
And some of them are who the project appears to be notified to. Paul Mills's name comes up, for instance, in relation to the Sydney electorate approvals, date notified the 26th of July 2023, and the organiser person notified of approval for all of those projects is Paul Mills, who I understand works in the Premier's office. So
I understand he was the person who was leading the process to identify who were the contact people for every one of those organisations. That's my understanding from his name on that list.
Thank you. Unfortunately, our time has run out. We may consider bringing you back again for a future hearing once we've heard from other witnesses. Thank you so much for your evidence. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch, but that concludes this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So I now welcome our next witnesses. If I could ask you to each state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or affirmation. I'll start on my left.
Susie Harwood, I'm the Assistant Auditor General Performance Audit at the Audit Office of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm Claudia Magotta, I'm the Deputy Auditor General. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, Aaron Green, Assistant Auditor General in Financial Audit. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. You now have the opportunity to make a short opening statement if you like.
I will, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to provide evidence to this inquiry. The Auditor General, Mr Bola Oyetunji, sends his apologies today. He is travelling back from a meeting with a regional council and unfortunately was unable to reschedule on this occasion. The Audit Office's financial and performance audits consider whether public funds are used efficiently, effectively, economically and in compliance with relevant laws. Our current and recent work programs have had a strong focus on the integrity of grants administration. I would like to take this opportunity to share some insights from key audit reports on this topic. These insights are primarily drawn from 3 audits on grants administration. The integrity of grant program administration, which tabled in February 2022, bushfire recovery grants, which was tabled in February 2023, and on the design and administration of the West Invest program, which was tabled in February 2024. The audit of the integrity of grants administration examined the administration of the $252 million Stronger Communities Fund and the $100 million Regional Cultural Fund. The audit of bushfire recovery grants examined the administration of rounds 1 and 2 of the Bushfire Local Economic Recovery Program, which committed $463 million to bushfire-affected areas in New South Wales and was co-funded by the Commonwealth and New South Wales governments. The audit of the design and administration of the West Invest program assessed the administration of $1.6 billion of grants for community projects and $400 million in grants for local government projects. Common insights from these reports include the importance of clear guidance and documented processes and criteria for how assessments will be made, the need for transparent assessment processes, including clearly documenting the rationale for recommendations and decisions, the importance of managing conflicts of interest effectively, the need to demonstrate that the delivery of funding through a grants program is the most effective use of public resources to achieve a particular objective. I would also like to provide a quick update on other relevant audits that are underway. The Audit Office is now conducting a compliance audit on the local small commitments allocation process. This audit will assess whether it has been implemented by the New South Wales Premier's Department in line with the principles and mandatory requirements of the Grants Administration Guide and in line with the Program Zone guidelines. As the audit has recently commenced and is not complete, we will be limited in what observations we can make about the LSCA today. At this stage, I anticipate that the audit will be tabled in Parliament towards the end of this financial year. In addition to this audit, we've also been asked by the Special Minister of State under Section 27B3C of the Government Sector Audit Act to perform a recurring performance audit of emergency relief grants. The first audit will be completed in around May of this year and will assess whether the Rural Assistance Authority and the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority have implemented the Special Disaster Assistance Program following the August and September 22 floods, in line with the principles and mandatory requirements outlined in the Grants Administration Guide and in line with the Program Zone guidelines. We're pleased to assist with any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. We will start with questions from the opposition.
Thank you so much for appearing today and for the very important work that you do for the New South Wales Government. Thank you for also agreeing to my request for a compliance audit of the local small commitments allocation. I know, as you said in your opening statement, you probably can't go into all of the detail about exactly what you've found and what you're looking at yet, but we eagerly await the report when it comes out. You touched on your opening statement. I was wondering if you go into a little bit more detail about what sort of things a compliance audit will look at.
We actually haven't developed a full scope for this audit. So if you're asking in a kind of a general sense, the obvious framework that we have regard to for an audit of grants administration, any audit of grants administration, including from a compliance perspective, would be within the authorising environment, how was the allocation enabled for the grants administration, and were relevant delegations and appropriate instruments followed. And then, of course, the grants administration guide, we would have regard to how the implementation and administration of grants would align with the guide.
Would you normally look at like conflicts of interest as part of that audit process?
Conflicts of interest would be a standard aspect of a compliance audit, where we're looking again at the controls and governance environment. And the grants administration guide also has regard to how those should be identified and managed as well.
And value for money, transparency, things like that as well.
I don't want to kind of sort of step out a scope in its entirety for this particular audit today. As I mentioned, we're still at the phase where we're scoping it. So I can't really kind of give you a clear answer on whether we would have regard to things like value for money within the context of a compliance audit. But certainly, as it's an element of the grants administration guide, we'll certainly consider it and have regard to it.
Sure, thank you. And I suppose, why did you determine there should be a compliance audit into the local small commitments allocation, besides my very polite request that there should be one? Was there a threshold that needed to be reached to get to that point? Or
the Audit Office is regularly making choices about what particular topics that we can and should pursue, particularly as part of our performance audit program, where we have a limited amount of funding that we can allocate to particular pieces of work. For this audit, as with other audits where we have accepted referrals from members of Parliament, I think we were persuaded by the arguments in your correspondence. Also, inherently, as it's a grants program, there's an inherent level of risk that applies when you're choosing to deliver a program via grants as opposed to other mechanisms to deliver infrastructural projects to communities as well. So I think overall we were happy to take on this topic and pursue it.
what are the risks with developing an eligibility criteria retrospectively by the department after the election commitments were made in the, before the Premier's department were handed the program to look after?
I can't really comment specifically on those risks, and the main reason that I don't want to do that is because I really do not want to prejudice the objectivity of the audit that we now have underway in that space. So I would anticipate that audit might identify particular risks, and we'll report on those risks if they arise from a factual basis, but I don't want to sort of hypothesise here on what they might be.
Can I just ask a quick, sorry, the scope, you said you're scoping that process now, but just early in your evidence, I think you said you hope to have that finalised and tabled is it by the end of this financial year? So
yes,
sort of by end of June 2025 is the time frame you're working on?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay, sorry. I'll just check.
Yeah, thanks. I suppose, have you seen previous grant schemes where the criteria was developed after the commitments were made? That's probably a better way of answering it, rather than specifically about the local small commitments.
Yes, we have. The Stronger Communities Fund,
right?
The $255 million Stronger Communities Fund was administered in that way, in that applications or potential projects had been identified, and then a grants guideline process was developed after the initial identification process.
But it was a competitive process.
The Stronger Communities funding was not a competitive process, no.
But for other MPs, like all MPs could have input?
All MPs had input. With the Stronger Communities funding, I don't think all MPs had the opportunity to have input because it was directed towards councils that had experienced amalgamations. And so it related to, state electorates that had councils that had experienced amalgamations within their boundaries.
Does your office look at the... I'll ask two questions. You might not be able to answer the first one, but the first one is, will you look at the cost-benefit analysis of the local small commitments as part of the compliance audit?
Do you mean at a project level or overall?
Yeah, project by project. And overall. I suppose both, because it might be too granular to do it project by project.
It may be, that may be too granular a question for me at this stage of the audit process. If I can just beg your patience that we don't actually have a full scope and a sort of an audit procedure for that. But I would say that ordinarily, if there are cost-benefit analyses that have been used for grants administration, we would generally have regard to them.
And what oversight mechanisms have you seen as sort of best practice to ensure that grant allocations are not influenced by political considerations?
I think broadly what we would be looking to see as an oversight mechanism is objectivity in the guidance and therefore in the assessment process. For example, with Westinvest, with the community competitive grants, there are around 29 individual panels that made assessments of funding for those particular grants. So I think the main sort of control there is independence and objectivity that can be documented as well. Another sort of key factor, which is now reflected in the grants administration guideline as a result of some of the work that we've done in this area, is the documentation of decisions by ministers, including where ministers might have chosen to deviate from the recommendation of a panel. That information or the reasons for that deviation now need to be documented as well.
Was the audit office ever involved or your advice sought on this sort of the design of the scheme?
I can't sort of say emphatically whether or not our advice was ever sought. I would have to take that on notice and check just for completeness. I'm not aware that it was. And were it, I think that we would have given the advice that the Grants Administration Guide provides a robust framework to administer grants against, and we are inherently conflicted if we give advice about government and administration where we might be then auditing our own advice. Yeah.
I just have a question. In your submission, you talked about the integrity of grant program administration that you tabled back in February 2022, and Stronger Communities Fund was part of that. And here you say that it lacked integrity because it lacked transparency, did not include a merit assessment process, and did not document the reasons for funding allocations. So my reading of that is that any sort of grant program, in the opinion of your office, is that it should have a merit assessment process, reasons for funding allocation, and full transparency. Is that best practice for a grant program?
I think that best practice is identified in the Grants Administration Guide. When it comes to merit assessment, there is within the guide and broadly the provision for grants in a non-competitive environment to be made as well. So I think when you're talking about merit assessment, you're not necessarily always talking about a judgment, choosing one grant proponent over another. Mm-hmm. But broadly what you've described are good practice elements of as described in the Grants Administration Guide, and we would agree with those.
So if a project's going to be nominated for a grant by the government of the day, at a very minimum there should be some sort of assessment process as to why that particular project was chosen and a documented reason for that particular funding allocation.
I would agree with that as a general statement. Yep.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, I think I know the answer to this, but your office hasn't been given the opportunity to review as yet any of the individual projects, nor the scheme overall, prior to the request for the compliance audit that came from me.
I wouldn't agree that we hadn't been given the opportunity. We do, through our audits of financial statements, have visibility over allocations, including grant allocations. Mr. Green can provide a little bit of further detail on how that looks if you would like it. And of course, through our audit process, we can requisition information that we deem is relevant to any audit that we're doing.
Yeah, Mr. Green.
Well, within the scope of a financial audit, we obviously do audit the grant payments that have occurred, and there have been some grant payments related to this particular program that were in the 24 accounts. That said, the purpose of a financial audit is very different to looking at the eligibility criteria for each grants program, the approval process. Obviously, it's a sample-based audit. So we wouldn't, in this case, have looked at the details of this scheme. Nor did we seek it.
I think I'm worried a little bit, and this is probably when I was liaising with the Auditor General about the compliance audit, that the Audit Office does a fantastic job in so many of the things that you do, but I'm a little bit worried about the small grants. So there's almost like, maybe if you can run through the threshold for an audit, in that it's probably not a good use of your time. For instance, there's $5,000 spent on printing booklets in Summerhill, or $30,000 on a table tennis table in Burwood, for instance. Like, it would be unfair to suggest that every time that we had a concern about a single $5,000 or $30,000 project, that I'm going to the Audit Office requesting an audit of that project, and that you do your own cost-benefit analysis. So what's the sort of threshold to get an audit? And is there some concern about these smaller projects that they might not be able to be audited in the same way that like a major project or major department would be?
I mean, I think you're right. There is, every sort of dollar of government money spent matters, and the Audit Office has a mixed approach to how it selects particular pieces of work. Financial materiality is a big part of that picture, in that if billions of dollars are being spent inefficiently in one area, there's obviously a significant community impact if with that inefficiency, or an opportunity cost, if you like. So, financial materiality thresholds are a consideration for us, and as they are in the financial audit process as well. But having said that, if the Audit Office becomes aware of issues that may be entrenched as governance risks, probity risks, then that is balanced against those financial materiality thresholds. And we don't presume when we go into these audits that we're going to find those risks that have actually eventuated, but certainly it's enough for us to consider a deep dive into a particular area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask you about, I know you were in the room when I was asking the previous witnesses about the guidelines and section 3.2 around eligible projects. One of those, so it says all projects must, and then it's got, I think, five particular criteria. And the top one is, so all projects must have been nominated as an election commitment prior to the March 2023 election. Would it be standard to, if that was one of the eligibility criteria for those administrating the grants program, to investigate or check that further than a list from the Premier's department?
I don't think I could tell you if it was standard or non-standard. With our audits, we don't look at every single grants program, and so I can't give you a sense of patterns of governance arrangements or sort of standard practices.
Would it be your expectation that that sort of eligibility criteria would be investigated for each project?
It's not a sort of a common parameter, so I don't think I could sort of reasonably say that I have an expectation or otherwise around that
I
particular
mean,
requirement.
because, you know, there's it goes on about, you know, the other eligibility criteria, including that the project must have commenced after 26th of March, be delivered in the New South Wales electorate from which funding was allocated. Presumably, it wouldn't be acceptable, or it would seem perhaps not very rigorous, to just accept the Premier's word for those aspects of, or the Premier's office rather, just accept their word for those aspects of the eligible project criteria as well.
I might need to take that as an observation if I can, and certainly it's
so,
an element that we may have regard to in our piece of work.
So in the report that was referred to by my colleague just earlier, I'll just find it for you. There's a section there called Risks in Grants Administration. So this is the February 2022 report. And it talks about the risk of grant programs with ministerial discretion that overrides an objective assessment process. Do you think that reliance on a document coming out of the Premier's office has sort of overridden any sort of objective assessment process when it comes to whether or not a project is actually made prior, or was an election commitment prior to the election?
As a general statement, I would agree that that's the case. We have seen similar issues with previous grants administration, again with stronger communities. Direction was given from the then Premier's and Deputy Premier's office around which grants were to be funded, and we commented through that report that because those decisions were largely undocumented, other than describing which grants, which councils were going to receive grants, that there was a gap in documentation there. So if that is a helpful threshold for you in this context, you're welcome to apply it. But again, we're still looking at this.
And I do understand that, and it's difficult to then, sort of preempt any findings. I guess the question then is, when you're doing your audit, would you ordinarily then have access to those sort of broader documents that might back up independently the idea that projects do in fact meet this eligibility criteria?
We don't have the mandate to request information from ministers' offices or the offices of political representatives. So what we would be looking to see, if we were to be looking for evidence around how that was managed, would be on the Premier's department side, what documentation was actually received there. And then if a documentation gap exists, we can comment on that as well.
Right. So it's up to us to try and find that documentation, is what it sounds like to me. I might just hand over to you, Mr. Latham, and come back if there's any time at the end.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. Could I just start with an observation to put to you, that one of the very creative aspects of New South Wales politics in the long term has been the outsourcing by political parties of the costs of their operation. And if you add up electoral funding, admin funding, the 4 people working for re-election in the Premier's office, the cost of this program, the cost of administering it, and different electoral and communication allowances in MLA offices, there's probably close to $100 million in a parliamentary term that the Labor Party benefits from in public money allocated for its re-election purposes. The amount I got was $98.7 million. So is the Audit Office aware of this long-term trend to outsource as many, it's a sort of a cost-shifting exercise from things that the Labor Party would normally pay for if they had the money, that are now paid for by the taxpayer?
That's not a trend that we have regard to through our financial and performance audits.
Yeah. Have you ever considered the trend and thought, well, given that the average New South Wales worker pays their taxes and works really hard to do so, they'd be completely disgusted at the idea that nearly $100 million just goes to one political party for re-election. It must be well over 200 million if you take in all the political parties, and there's obviously a major party consensus that if we can cost shift onto the taxpayer that helps us all. Have you ever thought about an audit along those lines to put a cap on this and shine some light on it?
No, we haven't, and it's because that as the Audit Office of New South Wales, our role is to audit the New South Wales government, as in government entities and local councils and universities. So we don't audit the flow of money, I guess, between government and political operations in the way that you've described it.
Someone needs to. I don't know if you remember, in Canberra there was once a unit called the Animals, a National Media Liaison Service, which was the same sort of thing, publicly funded re-election work, and the National Audit Office had a look at them, and that was the end of them, because it became clear this was unreasonable burden on the taxpayer. Are you able to look at the 4 staff in the Premier's office who are the modern equivalent of these animals, working under the name of the Caucus Liaison Unit, which is not really for any public policy purpose, but just the re-election of the Labor Party?
Without fully accepting the premise of your question, if they're staff within a government agency, then we would have the ability to look at them.
In the Premier's office?
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood your question.
You can't do that, right.
No, we can't look at the Premier's office.
Right. In your audit of this particular elect the Labor Party grant program, local small commitments allocation, are you going to also have a look at what seems to be very high costs of administration? That'll be part of it, because it's a very political program. Only Labor Party candidates had input to it, and to give it some probity and guidelines and some street credibility, they've done a huge amount of work through the public service. So you'll give us a final measure, will you, on the cost effectiveness of it?
No, I'm not going to commit to that today. We certainly consider costs of administration from time to time as part of our performance audits.
But you'll look at cost of administration, all the different probity and guideline, and the extraordinary amount of paperwork toing and throwing to try and establish what even the grants were, seat by seat. So you will look at admin costs and audit those.
I'm not going to commit to that, because as I've explained a couple of times already, we haven't yet fully scoped this particular piece of work.
Right.
It is generally focused around the compliance of the program with the Grants Administration Guide. The costs of administration don't fall squarely within that. But again, at this point in time, we're open to sources of input about what would be a good idea.
Well, my input would be that, given that the program was solely designed to win votes, it would be much more cost effective if it was legal to stand on probably a couple of dozen street corners and just throw the money in the air and let people know that this is the Labor Party making that cash donation to you. So I think the admin costs need to be looked at in terms of cost effectiveness, because it's all just about politics.
We can certainly take your point away as a point of consideration.
Okay, and compare it to throwing the money in the air on the street corner. Okay, well, that'll be a very colourful and useful report, for which I thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Can I just ask, will it be, or would it ordinarily be part of the scope of an audit like this to look into the costs of not just the efficiency of where the money is going, but those back office costs? Is that the...
the extraordinary cost to try and make it look half credible.
In terms of ordinarily, in some of the past audits that I've described to you today, we haven't looked necessarily at back office costs, because the materiality of those costs as compared with the total cost funding pool for the grants program is quite low by comparison. But I'm certainly happy to take the points away from today around whether there's an efficiency consideration that could be looked at for this audit, and we'll absolutely consider that as part of our scoping process.
Thank you. Happy to hand over to the Governor.
Chair. In terms of a responsibility of reporting to the AG if an MP has concern, is that like an expectation of the AG's office that if an MP has a concern over probity, proper process, transparency, or dare I say corruption, that they would report it to the Attorney General's office?
Auditor General, don't you mean?
Sorry, Auditor General's office.
That is not a standing expectation or requirement for the Auditor General's office. It's certainly helpful at any time if any member of Parliament wants to bring a concern to our attention. But the ICAC would be the primary agency responsible for receiving reports of concerns, particularly around corruption and probity issues.
So in terms of the efficacy and the proper process, would it be unusual for an MP to make a referral?
To the Audit Office?
Yeah.
No, it's not unusual at all. We regularly receive referrals from MPs around concerns around governance and the management of government programs.
So this morning on evidence, we heard from Mr. Williams, who had quite a number of issues with the program in terms of its transparency, efficacy, basically called it a rort. Have you heard from Mr. Williams in terms of a referral?
I don't believe that we have heard from Mr. Williams for a referral, and again, I would say would not necessarily be our expectation. It's more if MPs would like to give us some helpful information or.
But it does happen fairly frequently.
It does happen. Yeah, regularly.
I've already put in the referral.
So I just want to ask you, in terms of the Audit Officer's view of this particular program, perhaps compared historically to some of the things we've seen in terms of stronger communities, which was touched on earlier. And I suppose the emblematic example is that that $90 million that turned up in Hornsby Council's account during that last election cycle. In terms of your view of how this particular grant program has been carried out, where we had 400,000 per electorate across all electorates, vis-a-vis the skewed approach which occurred under the previous government. I just want to understand the Audit Officer's initial view of this process compared to what had happened previously, because I know you've done a lot of work on how grants were administered previously.
Just a point of order, and I just want to clarify that I think it's a fair question, but that this isn't an inquiry into previous schemes by the previous government. I just want to be absolutely clear that it is an inquiry into the integrity, efficacy and value for money of the local small commitments allocation process. So I think it's a fair question about if the Audit Office has looked into the local small commitments allocations process vis-a-vis other processes, but it's not a line of questioning into previous schemes. I don't think would be appropriate given the terms of reference.
Further to the point of order, I would argue that given that our terms of reference item number 4 refers to any other related matter, in this case it's been an issue that's raised by members. They've been very keen to look at whether or not there are precedents for this and have asked about that. So how can you ask about precedents and consider whether a particular program has propriety or not without looking at those other programs?
Yes, and as I said, I think, just to the point of order, I think it is fair to make a comparison between local small commitments and other potential schemes, but I'm just putting it out there that it's not appropriate or within the terms of reference to start going down an examination of other schemes only insofar as it's a comparison.
Order.
May I say that I'm very grateful that Mr. Rath raised this
Yes, that's what I was
before, because I
mentioned
hadn't
stronger
thought of the
communities.
connection, but he raised it. I think that's appropriate,
I've
and we
heard
may
enough.
need to
There is no current.
we may even need to consider talking with people who are involved in that program.
Okay, all right. I think we've now just gone into commentary. There's no current point of order. I think we've all understood what's been raised, but at the end of the day, this is the Public Accountability Committee, and that goes beyond the current government. I'm quite happy with the line of questioning as it is. Please go ahead.
Sorry, could I have the question again, or could I have a reframe of it?
Yes, you can.
So I suppose the notorious sort of emblematic example was the $90 million which turned up in the Hornsby Council account under the auspices of the Stronger Communities Grants Program. Received a lot of media, a lot of attention, and to be frank, I mean, the government's view is that we went out of our way to make sure that those things wouldn't happen again. I just want to get the Auditor's Office's view of the the probity, transparency, accountability around this particular program in the context of previous programs like the Stronger Communities Fund.
And with apologies for having made you reiterate that question,
No, that's okay.
I think my answer will be again that that is a view that we'll come to absolutely at the end of this compliance audit that we're currently conducting. So if I were to share an observation with you now on that, it would not be based on the objective facts that we've gathered, because we're yet to gather those.
Do you have an initial view just on the basic threshold sort of parameter of this particular program, whereby every single electorate was allocated 400,000, which we all know from previous iterations of grant programs, particularly that one I pointed out, the Stronger Communities Grants Program and the Bushfire Program, that that skewing has been obviated by the fact that the $400,000 has been distributed right across the state evenly?
That is certainly something that we'll have regard to. Our basic thresholds for the piece of work that we're going to do are set within the Grants Administration Guide, and those are the thresholds we'll have regard to.
Okay.
Further questions? No? Okay. I think we're done. Yep. Excellent. Thank you so much for your time.
Pleasure.
And I think, yes, I'm sure that the Auditor General has been watching or will hear about it and will be very pleased with the responses. So thank you very much. And to the extent there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the Committee Secretary will be in touch. But that concludes our hearing for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.